Yes.
Do I need to start the recording on here now?
You may want to.
Okay. Thanks.
And you are now live on YouTube. I'm going to send the link to Missy now.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Justin.
Good morning, Lindsay.
How's it going?
I couldn't hear you for some reason.
Oh, I said, how's it going?
I can hear you, Lindsay.
I
can too.
I wonder why Kevin can't hear me. Kevin, can you still not hear me?
Casey, are you there?
Yeah. Did you hear that, Kevin?
Okay, I have Casey. I couldn't hear Lindsay. I was wondering if it was all on my end or what.
Kevin, can you hear me now? Okay, weird. Maybe it was just something with my microphone or something. Okay, I know that it's 9 o'clock, but it looks like we are waiting. Here's Mike. Looks like Dan Vermillion is not here yet, and I don't think we're streaming to the web page yet. So let's give it just another minute or two here. Good morning, Mike.
I'll take your word on that. I haven't had enough coffee yet.
Okay, Dan just told me he is having some internet issues, but he'll be on in just a second. So, and I don't think he's streaming yet. So, oh, I just got the notification that we are live streaming. Mike, do you want to give it 1 or 2 minutes for Dan to try and get on, and then we can start? Does that work for you?
That's fine by me.
Okay. Hi, Dan. Can you hear us and see us okay?
Yeah, I sure can.
Okay, sounds good. Well, welcome back, everybody, to our final meeting, the first day of the final meeting of the Elk Citizens Group. I'm just going to go ahead and hand it over to Mike, and you guys can pick up where you left off last time.
Okay, well, it's good to see everybody again. Again, I salute your courage for showing back up. So hopefully, everybody has had a chance to think on what we did in the last meeting, reflect on it, and maybe talk to some folks that you know about it. And so what I'd like to start off doing is just open up to people that would like to share any reflections or thoughts they've had over the interval between the last meeting. So who's thinking what? Marcus, what do you know?
Well, people tell me not a lot, but I'm going to take a stab at this anyway. So I talked to a couple of people, some friends who are pretty avid elk hunters, and they thought, well, first of all, they said they thought we did a really good job and that they were impressed with what we came up with. They highlighted 3 things that I just wanted to throw out there. They were just things that we either didn't write down or hadn't discussed. One was they thought we should talk about technology increasing in hunting, that is a point of contention for a lot of folks when it comes to hunting elk in Montana, is where are the lines that we're going to draw in terms of technology use. I think this has less to do with the management side of things and more to do with the hunting aspect. So that was one. And then the second one was And we didn't come up with a good way to synthesize this, so I'm just going to say it in a very crude way, but there seems to be an ever blurring line between killing elk and hunting elk. And where's the line going to be drawn between we're just going to go kill a bunch of elk to keep the numbers down versus we're actually hunting elk? So those were a couple of points that came up in conversations that I had.
Okay, thanks, Marcus. Anybody have any follow-up to that?
Hey, Marcus, could you elaborate a little bit on, I guess I don't understand the difference between killing and hunting? What's the issue there maybe?
Yeah, so I guess another way it could be said is culling versus hunting. So we're just going to go cull a bunch of elk because the numbers are too high versus, and the example that he used was, you see, a herd of elk on a hayfield and a row of trucks waiting for first light to start shooting. And his point was, well, yes, that does get the numbers down. That's not necessarily hunting. And so how do we balance the need to at times cull elk with, we should be hunting elk. Anyway, that was the explanation there. Does that explain it, Joel? Cool, thanks.
Other thoughts on Marcus's point?
This is Pat Roth. I would say that the killing versus hunting probably in that scenario is kind of a personal choice. There's areas where you have to hunt all the time in order to get your elk or not get your elk. And then everybody here, I think, has heard about what you call an atrocity this fall, where they surrounded the elk and butchered them, but it's still legal, and there's really not a practical way to make it illegal because each one of those people had a license. It didn't sound like they called up all their friends and brought them in. So that has to be a personal choice, I would say.
For sure. And I think that illustrates why this individual that I was talking to brought that up as a point of contention and something that we should put down. Because I agree with you, Pat. Like everything you said makes absolute sense.
So this is Druska. I had a comment to that also, Marcus.
I do have some points that I have run into with go ahead and let Druska go ahead. I was getting off on another subject.
Well, I was just going to say that I think all of us agree that everybody lining up on the road surrounding a hayfield is really not a good choice. But at the same time, I think if that landowner has all of those elk in that pasture, complains about elk, but doesn't let people shoot, he gets in trouble for that too. So it's sort of a catch-22 where, the situation isn't great, but if you do or you don't, you still get in trouble.
Okay, who muted me? I don't blame you. So any other thoughts on that topic?
Yeah, I guess I just had a question for Marcus, what the need is to differentiate between culling and hunting.
I think, man, I don't think I want to touch that one. I think that's a pretty complicated and long conversation that we could have. So I'm gonna punt on that conversation. Maybe we can grab beers and talk about culling versus hunting sometime.
Okay, I guess I'm just curious then why it was brought up as a needed point then.
Good question. So the person I was talking to said that because we're running into these problems like Druska highlighted, that we're starting to blur the lines between hunting elk and culling elk, and that is a point of contention for a lot of Montana hunters. Is, you know, we built our wildlife management on hunting, not on culling, and so now we're running into problems like we're talking about here. We're talking about a lot of issues around elk management, and he just observed that in some areas we're trending more towards culling versus hunting. So again, like I said, it's a complicated and nuanced subject, but it is a point of contention for a lot of Montana hunters.
Casey,
I think maybe there actually is I think that there is a point there that where actually kill permits are issued in cases of extreme challenge, particularly around wildlife disease. So I think maybe the point is that we maintain hunting as the primary management tool for managing elk populations, and the issues of ethics of hunters is something I think everybody's concerned with, but it's a different issue. So maybe there is a place to fit it in there somewhere, is in the guiding principles.
well, one thing I think that's important to remember, and I'll get to you, Ed, is all decisions are based on values. And so, what I'm hearing from Marcus and others is that, there are some strong values that some Montana hunters have about hunting versus culling. And so whether we agree with them or not, those values need to be a part of the discussion. And if it ends up being an uncomfortable discussion, that's fine. Ed?
Yeah, I guess I'd make a comment that might tie a few of those things together a little bit. We sometimes take some heat because we limit the number of hunters that we allow on the ranch that I retired from. And a lot of hunters think that's an unreasonably low number. But yet at the same time, that hunt is highly popular for the reason that there is no hunter crowding and our success rate is extremely high. And then the other point that follows along with that is part of that ranch was on the Castle Mountains, which was the pilot project for the shoulder season. And I see in the data that was sent out that Castle Mountain area is now, the population has declined a little bit to where it's now getting closer to its objective. So it's probably getting to be close to be time for the decision to be made whether to continue that hunt or not. So I think that in that case, the system worked exactly as it should work without ever anybody having to be in the position where they thought they were involved in some sort of a pasture shoot type thing. All of ours were fair chase hunts, and people actually have to work pretty hard to get the job done.
And Ed used a word there that I think maybe is important that we highlight when we circle back around and talk about this, is that kind of fair chase idea that's built into hunting. And I think for a lot of Montana hunters, when they start feeling uncomfortable is when they feel like it's not fair chase. So I appreciate Ed using that word.
Any other thoughts?
I think it still just circles back to the distribution issue that we talked about last time. I mean, I think that's still the major issue. And if we can solve that, which, I mean, I don't know if that's realistic or not, but I think that would resolve a lot of the issues of, the need for elk to be culled or shot in a large herd in a hayfield. But yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Joel. Pat, what you got?
Well, basically, I just came off of a high fence hunt and I ran into something, and I've heard from other people too, is earlier we talked about the length of the seasons and stuff. Well, I'm getting a lot of input that the shoulder seasons need to start being shut down between the 1st of January and the 15th of January, someplace in there, because of the size of the calves that are in the cows at that time or after that.
Okay, thanks, Pat. Any thoughts on what Pat said?
Uh-huh.
Okay, other reflections, ponderings, musings since the last meeting. Mark, what you got?
I've reached out to 2 or 3 large landowners. Heard back from 2 of them, outfitters, public land hunters, and private land hunters. And one thing everybody has in common is they just want to be heard. I think that's important to remember.
I think that is crucially important. And so a big part of this process we're doing here is making sure those folks are heard. And, you know, it's always, you can never bring all the people into one of these that you would like. And so sometimes we kind of have to try and channel their values to make sure that they're heard, even if we don't necessarily agree with them. But that's something that I think this group would do a good job with. Any other thoughts on what Mark had to say?
The one thing that might help that is being able to have more, or have the biologists actually have a little more power, because I don't know how it is in other areas, but we have fairly easy access to our biologists. It's just phone call away. But some of the stuff he can't make it work out, you know, because he doesn't have the power.
Okay. Thanks, Pat. Any other thoughts along those lines?
I have a thought. So it's twofold. One is, I think that's really highly dependent on your biologist, and they are a crucial piece to this. But if you're in an area where there's a lot of contentious issues between people and the biologist, then giving them even more control, I fear, creates more contention. I wish everybody was the same, and then we could just have a standard, but that doesn't seem to be the way it is. And I think to some degree, FWP promotes is kind of a strong word, but it's what came to my mind. Promotes sometimes these less than fair chase hunts because they tie access to mitigation, both for crop damage and disease management. And so in order to meet those guidelines, maybe landowners end up opening places that they would normally not, just to meet the mitigation standard.
Follow up to Druska's comments.
Yeah, a little bit of a follow-up, talking with other landowners in regions 2, 3, and 4. What they would like to see is a better connection and a better relationship to the biologists in their area, where they're much more purposeful intentional about meeting with those landowners and spending time with them to kind of get a better idea of what's going on. They feel like in the past decade or more that has really dropped that connection between that local biologist and landowners.
Okay. Anything else on that one?
This is Dan Vermillion. I would say that, the other part of that communication process that needs to occur, and typically that's what the commissioners are for, is hopefully to, in those situations where the biologists and the landowners, the biologists and the public are having a hard time connecting. Hopefully that's where a conscientious commissioner can become more involved. And, in my experience, the biologists and the game wardens are such critical pieces of the communication as far as transparency and people being heard when it comes to elk management. And I think if you, as you look at landowners, you talk to landowners, you talk to sportsmen, one of the things that I think may ultimately be rest or some sort of prescription for addressing some of these lacks of communication or the hassle for hunters getting on the landscape or for landowners letting hunters on is, trying to figure out a way to do more hunter coordination where hunt coordinators make it easy to say yes, make it easy to have people on your property. Because as Druska knows and so many landowners know, if you're the person who does allow relatively unfettered access, suddenly you can be somewhat overwhelmed. And then eventually you just kind of pull back and it makes it harder for the department and the biologists to manage their elk. So increased communication between the department and folks in the landscape is super critical to all this occurring and being successful.
Okay, thanks, Dan. Anything else on that topic?
I don't think it's fair to put it all on the biologist either. In our case, sometimes a biologist may have a good idea and they take it up the chain of command and it's shot down.
Sure. That's definitely true.
Ed, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I'd just add that we've experienced both sides of that biologist issue, and we currently really have a good one, and have had for some time, and also had some really good ones in Wyoming. So, but that whole thing is a two-way street, and the thing to remember is that those biologists all report to somebody, and if you have to, you can call their boss and arrange some kind of a face-to-face meeting. I've found myself in that position in the past, and it worked out well. And in the long run, we got some communication going.
Okay, thanks, Ed. Anything else on role of biologists? And Dan mentioned wardens. Okay, what else have you been chewing on since the last time we talked?
Mike, one thing that came up for me when I was, because we asked not to share this in writing, I found myself reading this a couple of times, our issue statement, I mean. And I think we have a little bit of work to do on editing. I think the content is all solid, but if you're reading it cold, it's a little clunky here and there, and I think we might be able to do a better job in our communication.
I agree with you, Casey. I found the same thing.
And that's fairly typical. So the first thing we'll do after we're done talking here is go back to the issue statement and see where we can improve it. Other things. I get the feeling folks haven't had enough coffee yet this morning. I'm pretty sure I haven't. Yeah, Ed.
Yeah, I would make one comment along those lines. I agree that we need to work on that issue statement a little bit. And it seems like at least in the verbal portion of that, not necessarily in what we got transferred to paper, but in the verbal portion, we spent quite a bit of time talking about landowners and things like that. And I think as a landowner representative, it's quite possible that we need to address some hunter behavior and enforcement type issues. Because in my conversations with other landowners, one of the major reasons that a lot of this property is closed is that it is simply too difficult to deal with both the overwhelming number of hunters and then some of the behavior that comes with that. Not all of it, but there's enough to make you not want to be involved. I can tell you that from firsthand experience.
Okay, thanks, Ed. Any follow-up to that? Hearing none. There's some folks I haven't heard from yet, so you can either speak up or I'm going to call you out.
That's a hefty threat, Mike. Good morning.
Good morning, Carrie. You know me. I'm all bark, no bite.
No, I'm just observing a few comments. It's been a really good discussion this morning, and I feel a natural tendency for us to kind of lean towards some solution-oriented discussions, like talking about, the biologists and relationships with FWP staff, and I've already heard us kind of leaning toward, well, how can we improve that, or what are things that we can do to ensure that communication chain is open and honest and really representative of what each side wants to discuss. So I'm kind of glad we're heading that way. I want to go back to the issue statement, like folks have said, and just sort of tie a bow around that. But a little eager, honestly, to kind of start thinking about the next phase, the principles or the guidelines.
Yep. Good. I like it if folks are champing at the bit to get on with that. Let's see.
I've got something for Ed, if I can speak out.
Of course.
I appreciate his attention to that there are some dirtbag hunters or sportsmen or whatever you want to call them. They're not really sportsmen, in my opinion. And there's a large part of the sportsman's community, and I don't think we'll have any control over it in this group, but we would be for stricter penalties and larger fines for those people that are acting out of line, and somewhat making the water cloudy for all of us. I know a few bad apples don't ruin the bunch, but they sure taint it.
Okay, thanks, Mark. Other folks that haven't had a chance to weigh in yet? Allie, what are you thinking?
Good morning. My only thought with the hunter behavior thing, for Ed's point, is that, we can recommend more like outreach and education, but we can't decide how people are going to act when they're hunting. My only other thoughts were more guiding principle related, so I've been kind of saving them.
I'm sorry, the what?
My only other thoughts were more guiding principle related, so I was kind of saving them till we get there.
Okay, what are you saving them for? I can tell you whether it's worth it or not.
Just until we're talking about guiding principles as opposed to what we've already done.
Okay. Okay, the only thing I'd say about that if you perceive that the things that you want to talk about in the guiding principles are not captured in the issue statement, then we need to make sure the issue statement does set the groundwork to discuss your concerns or thoughts, okay?
Yeah, I think we covered it in the issue statement.
All right, cool. Ren, how you doing today?
I'm doing good. I apologize, Mike. I'm trying to run my engineering business as well here today from my office. So I'm listening, but I'm probably not as dialed in as I should be. So
No apologies needed. Every now and then reality intrudes even on a process like this. So
yeah, end of the year, it's great timing. So I think we've come a long ways. I'll be interested to see how we kind of tie all this up together. So
okay. Cool. Justin, I'm enjoying the festive decor behind you. What are your thoughts?
I kind of got a couple thoughts on Marcus when he was talking about technology, and that was something I think we talked a little bit about on the last meetings, and I think that's something that I was hoping to see directly tied to our season structure. I think, you know, the increase in technology in hunting, especially since our last management plan was revised in 2004, has been tenfold. I mean, and that's something that I think we're seeing a lot of the problems right now that we're trying to address, specifically related to the increase in technology that hunters have available. And I don't know, I mean, we don't have the ability, let's say like the commission, to restrict that, but I think we can maybe hopefully make some recommendations on season structure and whatnot to help alleviate that a little bit. And then also referring to Ed's comment about, you know, hunter behavior. And I think I agree with Mark that you talk to any sportsman out there, or, you know, any hunter out there that follows the law, you know, we're all for increasing in fines, you know, poaching fines, whatever it is. And I wonder, you know, the people that are bad eggs, they're not going to be the ones reading this issue statement, you know, and I hope that we can, yeah, I'd love to see a little more outreach on, you know, trying to cure some of that, but I just wonder, you know, or is it going to be falling on deaf ears because I doubt that they're going to be the ones paying attention to this.
Well, that's unfortunate because this is going to be some of the best reading that's available out there in a long time. Kevin, what are you thinking today?
I'm in agreement with stiffer penalties, and also maybe just more wardens in general. At least in our area, they have an awful big area to cover and nasty roads.
Okay, thanks. Joel, I think you're the last one I'm going to pick on.
I guess I don't have anything to write home about. I think the enforcement issue is a tough one. I know that the hunters that I've talked to have had a really hard time with enforcement, in the sense that, like, if you make an honest mistake, which I guess, you know, you could make the argument that an honest mistake isn't acceptable, but if you make an honest mistake and turn yourself in, there's no incentive to turn yourself in because they throw the book at you anyway. So I don't know, I just struggle with that a little bit, but I mean, there's nothing you can do about it really, I guess. But I don't know, enforcement's a tricky one, and I don't know if we want to go down that road. It would be nice if we could do something about it, but yeah, the number of wardens, and I mean, I guess ultimately I think the issue is that when you are issued a citation, you have to appear in the local court, like the county court. And if you are, like, if you're hunting a long ways from your residence, then appearing in the court at a date that's assigned to you isn't realistic. And so I I wish that there was, like, regarding enforcement, I wish there was some way to appeal citations that would almost stay within the department. Like there would be some way to appeal it outside of the civil court, but appeal it to a higher authority within the department of the FWP. So I don't know, I guess I'm rambling a little bit, but I think that there's a large issue there that, and I guess it would probably have to be addressed by the legislature, but there seems to be a real issue there from hunters that I've talked to, where they don't really have a chance to plead their case or feel like they're being picked on. I mean, you see some major violations that go unchecked, where versus you see issues where wardens seem to be picking on people for making an honest mistake, and there's just a lot of injustice there, and I don't know what the solution is, but just want to bring that out into the light. I guess I'm sure you guys have experienced similar issues, but.
Okay. Any other thoughts on what Joel and Kevin were talking about with wardens?
I have to agree with him on not being able to appear. I've been in that position before, and economically, I couldn't travel 400 miles to appear. I just had to plead guilty.
Well, Mike, this is Dan Vermillion, and I guess it seems like what kind of a consistent theme to this is that, whether it's, in an effort to have more transparency, a higher degree of communication between the department and the communities that it serves and manages, the elk stuff, I think it just highlights the need for additional staffing. And I think that, the more staffing you have, the better this plan can be implemented and the more reflective it can be of the conditions on the ground. So that may be the type of solution that, the common ground with at least what I'm hearing seems to be that increased presence on the landscape and a variety of facets will increase the effectiveness of our elk management.
Druska, go ahead.
I think part of the issue that happens too with honest mistakes is the way the regulations are written. So especially if you have like an out-of-state hunter that really doesn't know the area, but is trying to do everything right. And it talks about forks of a creek, which, they're not going to understand, or using a creek versus a road, even though they have the same name. I think if we eyed the regulations as a newbie to the state, or even talk to landowners before we set the regulations in writing about what are the best boundaries to use, it would curtail some of the honest mistakes that are made.
Okay, thanks, Druska. Other thoughts? Are folks ready to move on to taking another look at the issue statement? Okay, going once, going twice, going 3 times. Let's go back and look at that issue statement. Sarah, can you put it up for us?
Yes, we can. You guys see that okay?
Sarah,
So-
can you zoom it in just a little bit?
Yeah. How's that? Is that better?
Yeah, I think that's good. Thanks.
Let's read over this and think about something that might belong in there. It's an issue that's not captured, something in there that really isn't an issue and shouldn't be included, or at least an issue that the elk management plan can address. And then, if there are places to increase clarity, I'd still not like to get into micro editing, but I really do want to make sure that we're being clear. So if you see opportunities like that, we should discuss them. So go ahead and take a chance, read over it.
Let me know when to scroll further down.
Anybody need more time? So bearing in mind that this is extremely important to get right because everything else builds on this. What kind of changes would people like the group to consider? Ed?
Yeah, back to Ally's comment earlier and several other folks. I've been encouraged by comments in favor of stiffer penalties and things. I don't really see anything in there at this point that addresses hunter behavior and fines and things like that. I know from a landowner perspective, anytime we talk about that, we get painted as bad guys. So I think there's quite an opportunity for hunters to step up to the plate there and bring something to the legislature and maybe get something done on that. I'm encouraged by those comments here today.
Okay, thanks. Can you propose some specific language you'd like to see inserted at a specific place? And this is, doesn't have to be perfect yet, but let's look at directly editing the document.
Well, I think it could probably go somewhere under those conflicts. I mean, some of those sentences are pretty rough there. Just possibly we need to take a better look at the punitive phase of those fish and game violations. In our case, at least, there's been several times where a fine issued to a hunter was less than what it cost him to fill up his truck to get there.
So you think it belongs under the landowner stuff? So if you look where Sarah has the cursor.
Yeah, somewhere in there. Maybe somebody else has got an idea too.
Oh, sure. Well, everybody will have a chance to weigh in. I'm trying to just throw some spaghetti at the wall here about what that language might look like, and then we can talk further about it.
I would prefer it be something as a number 6 rather than a number 5, because in number 5, we're talking about landowners. And I think if we're going to talk about landowners, we should be talking about hunters. So I'd just say hunter behavior and possibly rethink some of the penalty phase of those violations.
So what would you think the issue is with hunter behavior?
You want the whole book?
No, but we need to understand what the hunter behavior is.
Well, I guess we're not supposed to use examples, but I mean, we've been subjected to everything from verbal abuse to attempts at bribery and garbage in our gates and all kinds of things. So, I mean, you can start wherever you want.
I wonder if this is Dan Vermillion. It seems to me that, when you're talking about enforcement and the kind of, obviously there's a widespread agreement in the group that increased enforcement opportunities and increased enforcement presence is going to be something that will be greatly impactful to the future elk hunting opportunities of Montanans, and whether, landowners' tolerance for having elk hunters on the ground. And I just wonder if we shouldn't think of that as part of season length and structure, because the widespread opportunities to hunt under 4A, they're directly impacted by that. And maybe integrating that into season length / structure might be a logical place to put it.
What do folks think?
I agree with Dan. I think that's probably the better spot for that topic.
Yeah, that's all right. I'll go for that.
I mean, I think that addressed one thing, but it doesn't affect, it doesn't capture some of the stuff that Ed's talking about with it, how it impacts ability to use hunting as a tool on private lands. I mean, I think it's a cross-cutting issue that I don't think that negative hunter behavior is something there's actually conflict about. It's more about how to address it. And, that may be one of those things that fits in the larger challenges or concerns that you might drop it down to those other lists we have below. That needs to be addressed. And I think we hit education in here somewhere. I don't know where that is too, but it doesn't really fit cleanly into any one of these conflict buckets in my mind.
Does it deserve its own bucket? And I hear what you're saying. You're saying that, it can be more of a strategic concern that no matter what, hunter behavior needs to be addressed. The question is, does an elk management plan have the ability to address hunter behavior? And might there be trade-offs with other aspects of the elk management plan? So just rough example, I have no idea if this is real or not, but you could say, well, we can either do more enforcement or do more to reduce disease. We can't do both equally. And so if that's the case, then hunter behavior should be in there.
Then I think we should give it its own bucket. I mean, I think I hear one concern is that we're pointing the finger at landowners on a lot of these issues, and we're not accepting responsibility for the things that we cause in the challenges. So, basically, there's disagreement over how to address the impacts of hunter behavior on elk management or something like that. And then if there's additional comments around the ways those could be addressed, then we could drop them below it.
Good job, Casey.
So Mike, what if you, on the hunter behavior, instead of focusing totally on the negative, what if you said something about, figure out or recognize positive hunter behavior, support the Master Hunter program. You could still put something about penalties there, and then encouraging fair chase. Those were things, the fair chase and the good hunters versus bad was this morning kind of the talk.
I think all of those make sense, but we're also starting to veer into solving the problem.
Gotcha.
And so really right here, we're trying to say what the problem is.
Okay. I see the difference.
So is there a way to state number 6 where it's clear to the reader not intimately familiar with elk hunting and elk management, what the problem is?
How about saying something like hunter behavior, comma, good or bad, have a significant impact in the effectiveness of FWP's management decisions, or the effectiveness of FWP's elk management on the landscape?
What do you think about that, folks?
That's all right.
Yeah, I'm good.
I like it.
Okay, Sarah, go ahead, get rid of number 1 then, if that's, because that's really starting to get at the solutions there. But number 6 is the problem, correct?
Correct.
Yep. I agree. Good
Okay.
job.
All right. Other aspects of the problem we haven't fully captured yet. Thought I heard more.
I would add one, Mike, if I could, or at least propose something. One thing I've noticed in reading over this, and then also I spent quite a bit of time on the population objectives and that whole set of tables that we had. And one thing that really strikes me is that we're trying to draw a line around a piece of country, which we have to do, and I understand the reason and I understand the boundaries, but yet at the same time, somehow we need to say that these elk are highly mobile, sometimes 15, 20 miles. You know, in our case there, we have 4 different hunting districts that all corner right there around our headquarters. And I mean, those elk slop back and forth on a daily basis there. So there's some difficulty there in getting too specific on some of those kind of population or distribution issues, I guess would be the better word.
So the distribution issues are different from the ones that are already up there on, what is it, number 2, Sarah?
Maybe we just need to add another subtitle in there, that something about the mobile nature of them, or the migratory, not even migratory, because it's not necessarily a seasonal migration. It's just response to hunting, response to feed. It's totally normal for us to have elk from 2 or 3 different hunting districts grazing in the same hayfield on the same night, and then returning to their respective districts during the daytime.
So elk are mobile, but hunting districts are not.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, and I think that you're absolutely correct. I mean, I think that was the frustration that when I was on the Fish and Game Commission that I found a lot of hunters and landowners had, is that, you know, these EMUs elk management units that were established, you know, they tend to affect a lot of management decisions, and elk move around a lot, and it's how do you integrate. And I think part of that just points to one of the things that when I read through this issue statement shows up a lot, is the fact that we all agree that one of the keys is repeated and regular reviews of the plan. And that includes how you group the elk together to reflect how they're moving and how their behavior is changing over time based on hunter use, landowner use, roads, etc., weather.
Yeah, I like that sentence there.
Mike, would that be a solution if we put something in there about that 5-year review and being more specific about what they need to be reviewing?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, just bouncing off of what Dan said, towards the bottom of this document, we have that we would like a 5-year review where that's under a guiding principle. So would that fit there best? And then my second question is, should we be specific about what we want reviewed, hunting districts and objectives, so on and so forth?
Okay, so when you said that would fit their best, what are we talking about?
That's my question. Would the 5-year review, having FWP do a 5-year review on this, on these specific things, would that be a guiding principle, or would we need to put that up here in the number 7 under that conflicts?
I think if you were to state that as a problem where, the management plan is inflexible because it's not reviewed and modified as needed on a regular basis, then okay. So is that what you're thinking, Casey?
Oh, it was Everett that was asking that question.
Oh, sorry, Everett.
Yep, that's
you guys
okay.
look alike. I can't tell you apart. Your heads are
And that's
really
fine.
small.
That's fine. I just was more curious of where we needed to make sure we inserted that.
It strikes me that it's a guiding principle because it's talking about the plan being adaptive. And I know that we don't want to use the term adaptive management because there's a lot of stigma attached to that, but it really is a guiding principle, at least in my opinion, that to be effective, these plans have to be updated enough that they still reflect the conditions on the ground, because I think it's only natural that if you're a biologist or a commissioner of the department or game warden or a landowner, if you're not seeing the plan reflecting what's going on in the landscape, you stop looking to the plan for guidance. So I think it's really critical. I mean, to me, it's a guiding principle that any plan is sufficiently reviewable that it gets adapted over time.
So I'm sorry, I interrupted somebody.
Oh, this is Carrie. I was just gonna say, I'd agree that I see it as a guiding principle as well. And I'd be hesitant to plug it in next to any one of the issues that we've kind of spelled out above, just because it's reviewing a plan or updating a plan is one mechanism to say, for example, to address hunting districts and the fact that elk are mobile. There are a lot of different, I think, solutions to that problem that could be explored, and reviewing a plan is one of them. So I'd be hesitant to sort of pigeonhole a solution into one specific issue.
Mike, I would make a comment on that number 6 that we've got highlighted there. We're passing judgment there. We're saying it's inflexible and not reviewed, and I don't know that that's actually the case. There's probably a better way to say that.
Oh, that was my spaghetti, so by all means,
Yeah.
ignore it.
I mean,
What
it's
are you
not
guys talking about?
It's not up to us to pass judgment and say that. A management plan needs to be flexible and regularly reviewed would be the positive way to say the same thing.
Well, again, what I'm trying to get a feel for here is if you feel like a guiding principle that you want to recommend is regular review of the management plan and what you would like to see reviewed, how often you'd like to see it reviewed, then we need to capture that in the issue statement. And so,
all right,
what is it about the management plan that you hope to address by saying we need to do a review?
I feel we're all on the same page. And when we describe our management plan as being flexible and to be reviewed on a regular review and revised on a regular basis. I think that covers. I would hate to stick us to a 5-year review. To me, flexible means, I don't want to be greedy, but on demand. If there's a drastic change on the landscape and it needs immediately reviewed, then I don't see a problem with reviewing it on the go.
I think that, at least in my experience, that with a lot of these plans, unless certainly like with the Beaverhead Big Hole and some of the other like those sort of really contentious rules, if sometimes people get busy, the department gets busy, funding's cut, what have you. If there isn't somebody kind of compelling a review of some sort, and it doesn't say what the review is or to what extent the review occurs, it just says that there has to be a conscientious attempt to at least look at the plan and say, do we need to address something differently? And because otherwise it just, everybody gets spread too thin and it just kind of gets pushed down the road.
So Dan, are you saying it should be you want to put a numeric value on it just so that people don't get too busy and put it off? So it would be a minimum of every 5 years?
Oh, well, I mean, I think you could just, you're probably right. We're getting a little bit too specific in these solutions. And I think that, just really emphasizing the importance of responsive, and even if it's just a commission, maybe, when we will end up giving a report to the commission, we have something in there that is a recommendation. I would think the commission, they're going to agree to that because they want, the better the plan is and the more reflective it is, the easier it is for the commission to make decisions effectively that don't create a lot of problems or contention.
I agree with that.
Okay, so the way it's currently written, it reads like a guiding principle. So the guiding principle needs to address an issue. So what issue is number 6 there addressing?
The elk management plan isn't reviewed on a regular basis.
No. That's passing judgment.
So how about if you said, if in order for the elk management plan to be responsive to changing conditions, the plan should be reviewed and revised on a regular basis.
As necessary.
That's still kind of hidden at the guiding principle, though. The fact is that our elk management plan, there hasn't been a word changed in 15 years. So, I don't think we're passing judgment. We're stating fact that it has not been reviewed.
So if I were to translate that guiding principle into an issue that is its basis, I would say the elk management plan, the current elk management plan is not responsive to changing conditions.
There you go.
Is that
Looks
correct?
good for me, or sounds good.
Yes.
That's pretty judgy.
Well, there's nothing wrong with being judgy. If it's
All
a
right,
problem, your job is to be judgy.
I like it.
I think it could be shorter yet. Just put review of elk management plan.
But that doesn't help me understand what the problem is. That's getting at a solution to the problem, but we need to put our finger on what is the problem that you're trying to address by saying it needs to be reviewed.
Guess
Correct
I
me if
kind
I'm
of
wrong,
saw. Go ahead, Casey.
responsiveness of the elk management plan.
I think the current plan could be reviewed, it just hasn't. So the problem is not necessarily that the plan, that the problem is that the plan hasn't been reviewed in 15 years. I mean, and that's because it hasn't been required in the existing structure.
Something I was thinking is that, I mean, because we might recognize that the plan maybe has not physically been updated in quite a long time since inception. But that doesn't mean that elk management hasn't changed since then. A lot has changed in regards to how elk are managed. Shoulder seasons is one example. And so I guess the way I was thinking of, this 5-year review was a guiding principle to address multiple issues that we've already brought up. For example, a way to maybe revisit the use of shoulder seasons, to revisit season length and structure, to revisit opportunities to recognize landowners for providing elk habitat. Really, all of those things listed above that we've already pulled out.
I think that makes a lot of sense, Carrie. If the reasons for a review are outlined in the problems that are already stated, then it's kind of cool to say a review would, nothing against bird people, but kill several birds with one stone.
Right, or at least provide that opportunity is be a mechanism for them to address or readdress some of those issues that we've outlined.
What do folks think?
I still don't like that number 6. It's pretty judgy. I'm having a hard time coming up with a better way to say it though.
Right, and Ed, I think my suggestion, I guess, to be more explicit would be to remove number 6 completely and address it in the guiding principles.
What do folks think?
I like that suggestion.
I agree.
Try it. We don't like it there.
Well, and maybe back to Ed and Curry's original point, or at least part of their point, with the hunting districts not matching the elk herds or the elk movement. One thing I did notice that Idaho did differently was they based their hunting district boundaries, or at least tried to. I mean, he admitted that, the elk crossed the boundaries, of course, but they were trying to set their elk district boundaries on elk. I don't know if it was like elk herds, or they were basically trying to capture an elk herd, and capture all of their seasonal migrations in that district, more or less. I don't know how Montana sets their district boundaries, but I don't know. That might be something that it would be a huge undertaking and a big change, but maybe that's something that could be looked into or at least explored.
Well, and first, when you first said it, Ed, what I thought I heard was just kind of elk don't observe arbitrary boundaries. And so you might have regulations that differ among hunting districts, but it's the same elk moving around among them. Was that your intent, or?
Yeah, to some degree. I mean, the example I used was we could have elk from 4 different hunting districts on the same hayfield in the same night, and then they return to their respective districts during the day, which may or may not have differing regulations. And I don't think that in itself is such a big deal. I guess I was just looking at the bigger picture thing as we make, for instance, regulations on Area 454, and the problem elk are coming from 416 and 449 and 451. So, that I guess gets back to the big picture thing is having that 20% error factor in your population objectives. What we're talking about really is a distribution and in relation to the various hunting districts.
Yeah, and the one thing to remember, at least in my experience, has been that the hunting districts actually do get changed fairly regularly. Just by, I mean, the commission and the department every 2 years, you know, they do their season setting, and that they typically would be changing elk hunting districts within there. You know, especially like in Southwest Montana, down by, you know, in the Pioneers and stuff. They're, you know, Vanna Bacadori, she moved a lot of those districts around because elk moved around consistently, and sometimes we had to, and she did a lot of very creative regulations. It didn't involve the elk plan, but it was the districts themselves did change, and the permits offered or licenses offered in certain districts are changed every 2 years to reflect, ideally, the way elk are moving around and the way their behavior is changing.
So Sarah, could you move up, please, to where we put elk moved, hunting district don't? Okay, Dan, are you saying that that's really not a problem? Because every 2 years regulations have the ability or can or do change hunting districts?
Oh, you know, I'm not saying it's not a problem. I'm just saying that it's actually much more dynamic than, say, the elk plan. And it's the way it's changed over time. And, you know, maybe a guiding principle, again, it goes back to flexibility and how you go about implementing your management decisions.
So are you saying the elk management plan doesn't really address that issue, that that's something addressed through the biennial season setting process?
Well, I think it's being addressed more than just, I mean, it's being addressed every 2 years. Is it being addressed as much as it should be? I think there'd be matter of debate on that, but it's different than the way the elk plan is amended, which in my experience, the only thing we ever changed in the elk plan in 12 years that I was on the commission was a couple districts where we changed objectives. So it's been less responsive. And, you know, part of that is because the department's making a lot of changes on the ground just based on those season setting. And I don't know if we want to get into the degree of detail that the interplay between, you know, it could be just that season setting should be reflective of the elk management plan. And, you know, sometimes there are certain, you know, prescriptions in the elk management plan that nobody's willing to implement because they would be so deeply unpopular, like turning a district into cow only for 6 weeks.
Okay, so if we were going to consider the elk management plan and then the biennial season setting process as separate, is that an issue then, that the elk management plan provides guidance to the season setting process, or the whole thing about changing hunting district boundaries, is that an elk management plan thing, or is that a season setting thing?
I mean, I guess I would be curious to see hear what Lindsay says about that, or what the department thinks. I think that, you know, districts and commission decisions usually ideally reflect the elk management plan, but the further you get away from the actual implementation of the elk management plan, the harder, the actual writing of it, the harder it is to apply the plan to the management decisions you're making on the landscape.
So Dan, somewhat in response to that, but just a couple things that I wanted to bring up. I don't remember, I think it was Joel actually that asked how Montana considers hunting districts, how we consider those boundaries. And there's several different things that go into it. So in theory, the elk management units should encompass the annual ranges of a group of elk. And those were developed, I think, in the 92 plan and then adjusted in the more recent 2005 plan, but I'm not sure. Anyways, it's a group of districts. But in reality, a lot of times we manage on a district scale, which is much smaller than those elk management units that, you know, we conceptualize as encompassing an entire range. So that's the first thing. The second thing is we also somewhat consider hunter distribution within those districts. So say we had a very large district and the elk are in this portion, but the hunters are primarily distributed here. It might make sense to split that district based on access and different things that affect hunter distribution. And then lastly, one other thing that I just want you guys to all keep in mind is that when we are thinking about hunting districts, we also consider them for deer. And so there's several instances where, yeah, it would make perfectly good sense to combine these districts for elk, because this would encompass how the elk move and how the hunters distribute themselves. But for deer, it doesn't make sense. And we use the same districts for both of those for simplicity. So Dan is right that those, can and do get reviewed in the biennial season setting process. But there is some other things to keep in mind other than strictly elk movement and elk distribution.
Thanks, Lindsay. Folks want to follow up on that?
I kind of do.
Go for it.
Back to what Carrie was saying and some of Dan and Lindsay. I'm not going to say we're wasting time on being flexible, but I feel that the current plan, after hearing what Carrie had to say, is somewhat flexible if we have the inclusion of shoulder seasons. We still have the ability to do damage hunts, or the department does. And in a unit around here, they opened general season for the either sex permit holders. And I believe it was prior to the shoulder season even, because they had a problematic concentration of bull elk. So I feel our current plan, 2005 plan, is flexible, and looking back, has been reviewed and slightly revised to address issues that come up on the landscape. The deeper we dig on this flexibility, the more complicated I feel we're making it.
I would agree.
The one issue I see that hasn't changed is the objectives, though, Mark. I mean, there definitely have been changes in how elk have been managed in response to challenges on landscape. And I think actually when we wrote that 5-year review, it was because we saw that in Wyoming, they had the opportunity to review objectives through a public process on a regular basis. And it's not necessarily having to revise the entire plan, but considering that we're required in Montana to manage elk populations, within that 20% of objective, what those numbers are pretty important.
I agree. And maybe this question could be for Lindsay. Does the department currently have the ability to address the objectives?
Yes. So it is written into the current elk management plan, the 2005 plan, that the department can propose changes to objectives on an annual basis. I believe it's in August, maybe September, sometime late summer, early fall, that they can propose changes to those objectives. And some of those have been changed over the years, but not many. It's about 16, 17% of all of the objectives have changed. And some of those reflect, combining multiple hunting districts into a single objective, or splitting a hunting district into 2 separate sub-objectives. Those are included in there as well. And then a bunch of them have been redistricting too. So yes, it is possible. It is written into the plan. It seldom gets actually used or updated.
So maybe we could go back to what Dan said, with people getting busy and stretched so thin across the department. If we had a mandatory review rather than just as a changing landscape, but because the landscape and the whole dynamics are changing, we would require a mandatory review.
Okay, let's hold that thought. I mean, it's a really important one, but we're starting to get into the guiding principle thing, and I think we'll be able to come back to that. A couple of things, Lindsay, I really appreciate your input, and anytime you see things, a discussion wandering away from what is designated by statute, or otherwise, FWP is constrained, or anything in there that deals with the feasibility and the reality of this situation, it would be good to hear from you.
Yeah, I mean, I think so far this morning, other than the hunting district information that I provided, the conversation has basically followed everything that I'm aware of. One thing that I will add is my position as a deer and elk coordinator here at Montana Fish, Wildlife and Parks is a new position. And so like Dan was talking about how, here we've gone 15 years since updating this plan because people get busy, the department doesn't have the funding or the time. That's one issue, at least with elk, that somewhat should be solved now that there's a position specifically to address this and other things. But there is some more capacity with the development of this position. So that's the only other thing that I will add that is different from, our previous circumstances.
Okay, thanks, Lindsay. The other thing I'd like to do is kind of pull us back to editing the issue statement. I think that was a really important discussion to have, but now let's pull it back together. So a couple of things. First, the language that's highlighted, do you want to keep that?
I don't think it's necessary. Hunting districts technically are mobile or malleable to follow elk mobility.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree that we can delete that.
Any objections? In some ways, this was building on what you said, Ed, and I'm not sure I captured it correctly, but are you okay with deleting the highlighted language? You're muted.
I don't know if I am or not, really. I would like to see that sentence in there somewhere. Maybe it doesn't belong here, but maybe it belongs more in the flexibility type things we're talking about. But, we get to drawing too strict lines around, and we're acting like mule deer hunters where the mule deer never leave. So I don't know.
Well, how about we move that down to other concerns from now, and we can always pull it back up.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Let's just keep it on the page. I don't care where it's at.
Okay. And then down there below 5-year review, we cut that language and moved it down there, but what I'm hearing is not correct. So do you want to delete that, or should we clarify that a bit?
I'd say it could go away.
I agree.
Maybe it's people that aren't responsive to changing conditions more than the plan. Not that that has to be included, but.
I agree with you, Druska. People are creatures of habit.
Yes.
So should we get rid of it?
I can't see it on my screen, but if you scroll up, isn't bullet point, I believe, number 4, pretty similar to what we're discussing now anyway? No, not the number 4, the bullet points up above.
I think back to what Dan said, I think in one of our, I guess in our last meeting, where I think if there's not a hard line in the sand, I think you could see this being kicked down the road for quite a while. And I think you're dealing with a pretty large agency where things can, I guess other things can take precedent. And I'd like to see that hard line in the sand stay.
So since it's there, do we need to have that sentence down at the bottom about the 5-year plan and responsiveness of the, Sarah, can you go down to it? That number 1 there. Do we need to have that given what's up there in the bullets?
I don't think so.
Okay. Got a resounding thumbs down from Kevin. Other folks? Okay. Who wants to take a break for a couple minutes?
I got one point real quick where we're on down around other concerns. Number 2, value of elk to other predators. We need, and that's really the only place I've seen any mention of predators in this whole thing. And we have an overabundance of predators in some districts. And we need to confront that in some way.
Well, I think that's a good question for Lindsay. Is predator management part of the elk management plan?
I don't know, Mike. That's a tough one. Of course, we've been considering how we can integrate carnivore and elk management together based on some recent research that Justin actually talked to you about. Whether or not it needs to be, how do I want to put this? Formalized, I guess, in the elk management plan, and specific is sort of another topic. So might we address that it's an issue here? Sure. Are we going to get specific? I think it's too early to say whether or not and to what extent we will address that in new plan.
So would it be useful to you to have a guiding principle like I don't know, I'm spaghetti at the wall. Increase predator control in areas of concern for elk populations. I mean, is that something you'd see in an elk management plan, or is that somewhere, that kind of stuff go on somewhere else?
Belongs with another agency.
I don't know. Brian, what do you think? Are you still on here?
I am. I was just a little distracted. Can you ask that again?
Yeah, so being unfamiliar with elk management plans, would it be useful to FWP to have a guiding principle from this group to say, increase predator control in areas where elk populations are of concern? Is that something appropriate to an elk management plan?
I think it could be. I think that let me try and answer that a little bit differently. I think encouraging the agency to consider a range of options that would improve survival. Basically, I think would be trying to give guidance on use the available tools to the most appropriate available tool to look for population growth where warranted or something like that. Would probably be, and it certainly could indicate including predator management.
Okay, Sarah, could you go up to the bullets above?
Hey, Mike, can I just say something real quickly on that?
You bet.
The only other thing I would mention is I do believe that Montana already has a mountain lion plan. I think they passed one. They also have a wolf plan. We also have, I don't know if it's finalized yet, but a grizzly bear management plan. So those three species, which, I have to assume account for most of the predation concerns, do have separate plans that I don't know how you go about integrating those plans. I mean, I don't know that one plan has supremacy over the others, I guess, from a guidance perspective. So I think you need to, I don't think we want to get too in depth on managing any of those predators, just as far as recommendations, because there are other plans that have already been approved that are sort of in effect for those species.
Okay, so one thing I was wondering is, do we capture in here that some places elk are overabundant, some places populations are of concern? And does that need to be in there given some of this discussion?
Mike, could you say that again? My computer froze. I just heard discussion.
Okay. So I'm hearing some, particularly if we're going to talk about predator management, and Brian said, well, what about, let's think more generally about, if elk populations are of concern where they're declining or low, then FWP use available tools to manage them. So it just suggests to me that part of the issue is some places elk are overabundant, and some places there are populations of concern where management is needed to increase their size. And is that something that's captured in here? Should it be?
With what you say and what Dan has said, I feel the department addresses those concerns currently. I've watched lion management units change over the years, boundaries and quotas, and they somewhat reflect the available food on the landscape in terms of deer and elk in my particular area. I feel they have the tools and they utilize those tools currently. I don't know that we need it in here. And on the opposite end of the spectrum with an under capacity of elk, if you have an over objective area, a few more lions on the landscape would be beneficial to that elk herd, in my opinion.
Okay. Other thoughts that folks have?
So Mike, I think we could probably put it in the conflict category. I mean, I think that it basically, from hearing the one public comment we had the other day, and knowing that there are hunters out there that would prefer that there were no predators on the landscape, to people that see that any predator management is inappropriate, that there is disagreement on how predators should be managed with respect to elk populations.
So that would be bullet G under conflicts. Is that what you're thinking? Or does it get a new?
It doesn't matter to me, but I think it's something we might as well just recognize as a conflict. It's not one that to me is any different than these other issues around management.
I agree with Casey.
I'm sorry, I stepped on somebody. Maybe not. So what language can we put in there?
I just think it's disagreement about how predators are managed with respect to elk populations.
What do other folks think?
I can go along with that.
Yeah, I agree with Casey also. There is an obvious conflict if there's two differing opinions. So somewhere where it's at is fine with me.
I'm okay with it.
Anybody else? Okay, now who's ready to take a break? I propose a 12-minute break. Let's all get back together at 10:50. Does that sound good? Okay.
Sounds good.
Ready, break.
Sounds good.
Okay, everybody suitably refreshed and ready to get rolling again? So, Casey, calling you out, I hope you're there. You expressed a lot of interest in the beginning about editing the issue statement. And so I want to make sure that we capture your thoughts in this. So would you like to take a swing?
Yeah, I'm not sure what the best approach is, but I do have a few spots highlighted in here. Do you want to just talk through them, or are you saying we should try to actually propose specific changes, or what are you thinking?
I'd like you to go ahead and say what it is, your thoughts behind it, and then propose edits so that
Okay.
we're working with something in the concrete, not abstract.
All right. We're literally talking about wording, so it's not content here.
Okay.
The first sentence, the top, where we say elk are an iconic species that are part of Montana's cultural history, which are managed by FWP for the benefit of and accountable to all Montanans. The benefit of and accountable to all Montanans is hard to read.
I think we need accountability to all Montanans instead of accountable.
Yeah, I agree with that. So the specific wording would be for the benefit and accountability of all Montanans. Is that right, Druska?
Well, yeah, of would work, sure. Well, except for accountability of, so it has to be two, I think. For the benefit to all Montanans and the accountability to all Montanans.
That still reads a little clunky to me, Casey. Does that solve your issue, or do you want to tweak it?
No, I'm not. Can we circle back around on that? It's a spot that needs to get fixed, I think. I don't know how to, or unless you want to just, somebody have an idea, it's not coming right to me.
What if you separated it and said for the benefit of all Montanans and the accountability to all Montanans, instead of keeping them together?
Here's a suggestion. You could say, are managed by FWP for the benefit. Hold on, I just lost my spot. For the benefit, never mind, that won't work. I take it back. I don't have a suggestion.
You're too young for that, Marcus.
I've got a suggestion.
Go, Dan. I'm sorry, Ed.
Yeah, I like that. Accountability is my word, and it needs to stay in there. But I agree with Casey that it reads poorly, and it still reads poorly. We could say the benefit of, comma, and accountability to, comma, all Montanans. That would make it read better. I don't know if that resolves it in your mind, Casey. Accountable, not accountability, but accountable.
What if we split out the accountability to the next sentence somehow? So that that first sentence would end with the benefit managed by FWP for the benefit of all Montanans, and FWP is responsible for maintaining sustainable elk populations and maintaining Montana's hunting heritage.
No, I like it up above because that
Okay.
includes landowners.
Okay.
Managed by FWP for the benefit of.
I'm sorry, Druska, I didn't hear that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was reading out loud.
Oh.
We're all Montanans, and Montana has to to do this and all, but we're discounting out-of-staters really hard with that paragraph.
Pat, are you saying that FWP manages elk for the benefit of and is accountable to out-of-staters as well as Montanans?
We should be accountable to everyone.
You know, this is Dan Vermillion. I just wonder if we could add with, I mean, if we move that and accountable to the next sentence, the way Casey was referring to, it might, you know, FWP is accountable to all Montanans. Or, you know, it seems like you could put that accountability in the next sentence and still accomplish the what you're trying to convey. And that first sentence might read, you know, for the benefit of all Montanans. I think that's the specific charge of FWP. As far as I don't know that non-residents are included in their mission statement, but Lindsay may know that better than me. But I just think if we move that accountable to the next sentence, I think it might read a little better, and you could put it in there in a way that it fits better and still says exactly what you want it to, what isn't. It's important to say.
60 days to file a fraud claim, and that was October 20th.
Is that what you're getting at, Dan?
You said, like, I couldn't hear you.
I'm sorry. Is the way Sarah has edited? Is that getting at what you're saying?
Let me see. For some reason, I'm having a hard time seeing that screen. There we go. It's accountable to all Montanans and responsible. Yes. But that's up to Ed. I mean, what does Ed think?
If they're accountable, do you need the words "and responsible for" in that sentence?
Probably not.
Well, but they're accountable to all Montanans, and it's for, and they're responsible for maintaining the elk populations. Or for managing. So they're accountable to all Montanans for whatever they do, and they're responsible for managing sustainable elk populations.
Yeah, I like that.
Okay. Other thoughts?
Should we say FWP is accountable to all Montanans for responsibly managing sustainable elk populations?
Dreska, what do you think? Is that still getting at what you were getting at?
I think so. I'd like others to weigh in on that if you changed it for responsibly. But it comes close, I think.
Yeah, I'm okay.
Yep.
Everybody good?
Yep.
Okay, Casey, what have you got next?
Okay, next paragraph. The Montana Elk Management Plan has not been updated since 2005. Given the changes that have occurred to Montana since, we should replace 2005 in the next sentence with then. So we're not saying the same thing twice in a row. So that should read, the Montana Elk Management Plan has not been updated since 2005. Given the changes that have occurred in Montana since then, updating the plan is necessary to provide a framework for the department to adaptively manage elk populations on a changing landscape. And then the next two sentences are redundant. So I think we could consolidate them somehow. As the nation's fourth largest state, Montana's elk management plan provides the tools and flexibility for Montana's wildlife managers to adapt Montana's elk management to the diverse challenges that exist. The challenges are different throughout the state, and the plan needs to provide the flexibility for wildlife managers to address site-specific changes through collaboration with local stakeholders. So we basically say adaptively manage, and then tools, flexibility, and then the same thing in all three of those sentences.
So I have a question for the group. Is everybody okay with that third line in that paragraph that refers to adaptive management?
Take out the word adaptively if it bothers somebody.
What if we change it to effectively?
There you go.
Okay. Thank you.
So Sarah highlighted the next sentence as the nation's fourth. Casey, what do you think of just getting rid of that sentence?
Yeah, I mean, to me, that would make the whole thing simpler. I mean, I think we basically combined a bunch of different writing that were saying the same thing, and we combined them without, I don't know, doing the editing necessary. So I mean, it works to me to delete the middle sentence, but I know that was important to some folks. So if we wanted to combine them somehow, it doesn't matter to me.
So
I'm fine with it gone.
I'm sorry, Ed, I stepped on you.
I'm fine with it gone. Those two sentences basically say the same thing, so.
So I would suggest, well,
I'm sorry, Dreska. I
Well,
need to
that's
just sit back and shut up and let people talk.
no. Well, I was just going to say we should include that next paragraph that starts with to succeed, because we have collaborate with diverse stakeholders, and right above it, we say collaboration with local stakeholders. So I think one of those collaboration references could go, and that might change what we wanted to do with that second paragraph.
So what if we got rid of that highlighted language there?
And that works for me.
Yep.
And then that middle sentence, does anybody want to argue to keep it?
Nope.
It needs to stay. We need the word flexibility in there if we're going to take out adaptive. And unless you want go back to where it says adapt and rephrase it, but somewhere in there it has to state that we need to be able to move on our feet with this plan.
So does flexibility, the word flexibility in that last sentence capture your thoughts, Kevin?
Yes, it does.
Okay. So let's try getting rid of the highlighted sentence and then see if this is still capturing what you guys are thinking.
Hey, Mike.
Yeah.
Well, maybe Mike and Casey, combination of folks can weigh in, but I'm just wondering if there needs to be something said in that first paragraph. I'm not sure exactly where it slides in about public trust. And I'm not sure if it's FWP is accountable for the public trust, or I don't know. Without going down a rabbit hole of public trust doctrine and all that, I just think there needs to be some acknowledgement of that because it's an important principle.
It is, I guess I would look at that as like that first sentence being managed by FWP for the benefit of all Montanans. I guess you could add it there, but that was what I think we were trying to say without having the, as a public trust for the benefit of all Montanans. Boom, that's easy. Yep.
Cool. Thank you. That works for me.
Yeah, Marcus, I think we were trying to say that, but I don't think it's a bad idea to actually include those two words.
Yeah, I think that's a great addition. Thanks for that, Marcus.
How about I read the second paragraph, and if that's good, everybody, we'll just move on. So the Montana Elk Management Plan has not been updated since 2005. Given the changes that have occurred in Montana since then, updating the plan is necessary to provide a framework for the department to effectively manage elk populations on a changing landscape. The challenges are different throughout the state, and the plan needs to provide the flexibility for wildlife managers to address site-specific challenges.
I'm good.
I think that covers most all the points.
Sorry, I have to read it sometimes out loud to hear the flow.
Putting on my professor hat, it's not clear when you say the challenges, what challenges you're talking about. But if you change the to management, or just management challenges are different throughout the state. Is that more clear?
Is for me.
Okay.
What else you got, Casey?
Okay, what's that?
What else you got?
So the next sentence, to succeed, Montana's elk management plan must collaborate. So the plan doesn't really collaborate with anybody. So it's the department that needs to collaborate. So to succeed, FWP must collaborate in, well, hold on a second. So to succeed, the department, to succeed in implementation of the elk management plan, the department must collaborate with diverse stakeholders of elk management in Montana. It might not be implementation, it might be rewriting or development or both, but if somebody has thoughts around that, I just wanted to change that language.
Does elk management in the second line there need to be capitalized? I guess not. Okay.
Okay, not hearing any more discussion on that. Casey, what's next?
I am not an editor by trade, so I don't know how I got stuck with this. I guess that will teach you for opening your mouth.
There you go.
The only thing that I had a note here essentially that when you start reading through this list, which is a good list, I'm not trying to address the content. There are many commonalities among the stakeholders regarding, in order for that to work, they should all basically be written as parallel sentences. So the structure should be the same, i.e. there are many commonalities among stakeholders regarding the value of elk somewhere on the landscape, working across landowners or working across land ownerships. So is imperative. Those aren't the same sentence structures. So it's hard to understand, but basically trying to complete the sentence. There are many commonalities among stakeholders regarding the value of elk somewhere on the landscape. There are many commonalities among the stakeholders regarding working across land ownerships is imperative, doesn't work. So working across, so the sentence should be, the second bullet should be, there are many commonalities among stakeholders regarding the need to work across land ownerships. That's my suggestion on that one. The second bullet. Sorry, I'm reading two different paragraphs. I didn't see you were typing as you went. Okay, there are many commonalities among stakeholders regarding elk are a natural resource held in public trust.
The recognition, elk are, would that work?
I think so. There are many commonalities among stakeholders regarding management plans should be updated regularly.
Need to update.
Okay. There are many commonalities among stakeholders regarding,
The emotions elk can excite?
yes.
Or-
And there are many commonalities among stakeholders regarding the concerns about disease. So to succeed in developing and implementing the Montana Elk Management Plan, the department must collaborate with the diverse stakeholders of elk management in Montana. There are many commonalities among stakeholders regarding the value of elk somewhere on the landscape, the need to work across land ownerships, the recognition that elk are a natural resource held in public trust, the need to update the plan regularly to adapt to changing conditions on the Montana landscape. I think Montana might be redundant there. And the emotions elk can incite, and the concerns that disease, including CWD, bovine TB, and brucellosis. That's a lot better to me.
Mm-hmm.
Other folks, what do you think?
I'm in favor of the changes.
They work for me.
I think they're good changes.
Carrie, what do you think?
I'm just thankful someone dove into like do some of the fine editing so that I think it's really helped move us along. It's brought up a couple of nuances that I think has been good for discussion, but thanks for jumping in as editor.
Team
Allie.
input.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
Allie, what do you think?
I think it's good. I just don't feel the need to repeat the same stuff.
Okay. All right. So I'll just trust you to speak up when you strongly disagree with something, right?
Yep, sounds good.
Okay. Let's see, who else haven't we heard from? Ren, I know you got your hands full, but does everything look okay to you so far?
Yeah, I think that looks good. The changes they just went through that.
Okay. All right. So what do folks think? Is this issue statement good? Is this is it capturing all the problems or issues or challenges that go with an elk management plan?
I'm kind of wondering what people think about the bottom couple of lists. I think there's 5 points twice. Some of it seems a little bit repetitive of stuff we already have up there. And then I think anything else we want to get recognized should go up top. It just seems like that bottom stuff is going to get forgotten about.
That's a good point, Allie. And maybe this is a question for the group, for Mike, about process or what these documents look like in the end. I guess I'm curious how we're going to address these. Putting them out there, I think additional challenges, other concerns certainly has value. And I guess I'm wondering from a process perspective, do we formulate guiding principles around these, or we're just recognizing these as additional things to consider?
Basically, other concerns and additional challenges have served as a parking lot. That when folks said, here's an idea, I'd like the group to consider it, and we couldn't quite figure out where it went in the issue statement, we put it down there so we can refer back to it later. So those two lists would not be necessarily included in the issue statement. You could say as a group that these are concerns we have in addition, or what have you. So there's nothing to say you can't draw on those somewhere in the document, but if they aren't going to result in guiding principles, then you wouldn't want to put them in the issue statement. But the flip side of is true as well. If you see guiding principles coming from those, they should be in the issue statement.
So should we maybe run through them all and see if any of them are unnecessary or already talked about up top?
Mike?
Yeah.
I had one other, well, two things. One is we talked a lot about technology this morning. And
Yeah.
so did we capture that anywhere? And then in number 6, it should say hunter behavior has or hunter behaviors have. So one's singular, one's plural. We have to decide which one. Yep, thank you.
So yeah, the technology point was brought up, and is there an obvious place that it goes in what we have? Do we need to create a new place for it? What would the issue be?
I need a little more definition about the technologies.
To me, we could fit it into the season length and structure list as the impacts of changing technology. I mean, I think about the things that have been across through the legislature in the last, I don't know, 10 years or so, crossbows, the clarification that was just through the commission recently on let off of compound bows. We've had drones. The GPS technology was discussed. I mean, I don't think we need to elaborate on what all those different technology changes are, just recognizing that we're not going to anticipate what's next. It's just part of having good management.
Is it hunter technology?
Technology employed by hunters.
What about available to hunters?
For the folks that were talking about technology this morning, does that capture your thought?
I think yeah, that does. And I like the available to hunters because a lot of what we're seeing isn't necessarily being marketed to hunters or outdoor recreationists, but they're taking advantage of other things. So I like the term available.
Mike, can we
Yeah.
scroll up just a second? Unless there's other discussion on that technology to right there. If we're going to keep working through the document, just a couple more suggestions here. There are conflicts among stakeholders regarding management prescriptions to sustainably manage elk populations on Montana landscape. That should be including : and then disagreements about population objectives, how they're implemented, conflicts in concentrations, distributions, and behavior, such as : and then this list. And I think everything else in there reads except number 5, there's not really a complete sentence there recognizing landowners for providing elk habitat and how they relate to those next 2 things.
Mike, I have a question.
Yeah.
Up there on that item 2, the subset B there, I guess I've kind of forgotten what our train of thought there was. I'm assuming hunters want elk more widely distributed, but I guess I don't really follow that statement there. I can understand what it means, but can somebody else?
What if we said balanced distribution?
Yeah, something to make it read a little better. I just don't quite get it the way it is. I'm better there. I don't know. What's everybody else think?
Yeah, I agree with you, Ed. I think that basically when we wrote that list, we were trying to describe what the conflicts were inherent in those concentrations, distributions, and behavior of elk, and that widely distributed elk on public lands was more or less a goal of or an interest in management of those conflicts involving concentrations and distributions. So it actually doesn't describe a conflict as it's currently written. So not sure how to rectify that.
Just lack of distribution. Yeah, I'm not sure I know how to fix it either. It's just one that's always kind of stuck out at me.
Balanced is a little hard to define. Just lack of distribution of elk on public lands might be sufficient.
Yeah, I'm good with that. That gets me past that one.
Lack of elk distribution on public land.
That's better.
Sorry, I'm gonna just chime in here. They are distributed on public lands. We just don't like how they're distributed. So I'm not sure the way we have it now gets it at it either. That works.
We good with that? Okay, so these have been really good edits we've been doing. If we can close the loop on this and move on, I think that would be great, as long as people are comfortable with the issue statement as written. Is there anybody that is uncomfortable owning this at this point?
I'm comfortable with how it looks, and I'm wondering, I mean, is this sealing the door on the issue statement, or as we kind of dive into guiding principles, do you see opportunities to, you know, make minor tweaks here and there to better represent what we're trying to get at?
Oh, we could stretch this process on for years if you want. So no, I'm not closing any doors. In fact, I would be surprised if, as we're working on guiding principles, if we didn't come back and tweak this some more.
The only thing we didn't finish was finishing Ally's thought to go through the list in the bottom and see what has already been covered, essentially. If there was a way to kind of consolidate that, I thought that was a good idea.
you guys want me to go ahead and stop sharing for a sec? I could set this up so you can see them side by side, this list here.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay. Just one sec.
Back in the early days, Sarah didn't hide this kind of stuff from the group, and she is so fast at changing things on the screen and making the screen just hop all over the place that folks in the group were getting seasick. So you can be grateful.
All right, now I have to figure out how to get my screen back. Where did Zoom go? Wow, Zoom is hiding from me. Not so fast this time. All right, there it is. Okay. Now share screen and this one. Can you guys see the text?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Is the part on the left side scrolled all the way up?
Yes.
Other way. There.
Under those additional challenges, I question the need for that number 5. I understand people's concern, and as a landowner myself, I understand what's being talked about there, but does that statement have any use in the kind of document we're trying to produce here?
So that was my statement, and I guess where I was going with that was in regards to taking a look at the landowner preference tags. And I guess maybe, Lindsay, would you be able to answer the question, what is the purpose of the landowner preference tags? And I'm talking about in where land people have, I think it's 640 acres of land in a special draw area are given basically landowner's preference to draw that limited draw tag.
Joel, from what I understand, it's somewhat twofold. First, for just having land that elk are using and providing that habitat, but then also to allow them the opportunity to hunt on their own property or in their district. Whereas if we didn't have that, a landowner could, have a giant ranch and never draw a tag to hunt it. So I think both of those things, from my understanding.
I guess as someone who's been involved with some of those large ranches that are worth multi-millions, I can't see any of those people blowing their brains out on the value of a piece of property to get one elk tag. From my point of view, it only saves $20. From an out-of-stater's point of view, it might only save $1,000. And they're not going to spend millions just to get $1,000 tag. I don't think it needs to be there.
Okay, so where I think I was heading with this was this is what does the group think about basically taking that landowner preference tag and I'm not saying for residents, but for non-residents, what if we looked at taking that landowner preference tag for non-resident landowners and put it back in the pool, the draw pool.
Couple things. I really hate to step in here. One thing is that let's not yet go to trying to solve a problem. But also, Lindsay, I think we're due for public comment now. Is that correct?
No, Mike, that's tomorrow.
Oh, I need to learn how to read these things. Okay. All right. So by all means, let's keep going. But anyway, coming back to your point, Joel, what is the problem that would be addressed?
Yeah, and so, yeah, I guess I'm just thinking ahead a little bit here, and I don't, with the purpose of trying to demonstrate why I thought that should be in the issue statement, because I do think that large non-resident landowners are driving up the price of land, and if elk are owned by the state of Montana, then I just feel like the advantage should be given to resident landowners and resident hunters versus non-resident landowners, because I think in what I've seen that non-resident landowners are driving up the price of land because of elk and because of the opportunity to hunt elk in limited draw areas. I thought Mike, I thought you were trying to throw me under the bus with a public comment. I make a controversial statement and you're like, hey, it's time for public comment. I'm just
wouldn't
kidding.
do that to you, Joel.
Oh man. No,
So
I mean,
I
go ahead.
still don't think it needs to be there. I understand what you're saying, but the sellers set the price on that land, not the buyers. So I just don't think we need to be talking about land valuations at all in this kind of a document. That's something totally different. I understand your concern, although I don't quite agree with it totally. But I just don't think we need land values in this document. It's not something that the agency can have any impact on whatsoever.
Yeah, and the other part, just to remember that the landowner sponsored and landowner tags that are presently authorized by statute, it's something that, we don't have a ton of discretion as to. It's kind of outside of what we can address, because I guess you can put it in the issue statement or the conflicts, but that's not a change that even FWP has the ability to implement.
That's right.
As I understand it.
So I read number 5, and what that means to me, well, it doesn't even reflect on the tags. To me, it says that large landscapes like ranches are being bought for a lot of money because of the elk amenity that is on there. And it drives up land values, therefore making it financially financially, other ranchers or new ranchers and farmers trying to get into the business, it really diminishes their chances of being able to either expand or to start to begin with. So that, to me, that's sort of a value statement of what the land valuations and large pieces of land taken out of really working land production have done.
And I wonder, if you look back on in our second paragraph where we talk about a framework for the department to effectively manage elk populations on a changing landscape. That part of what I think we were all getting at there is that we do have big blocks of land going, and valuations are such that it's really affecting traditional producers' viability on the landscape. But it's also affecting the ability to access elk. So it's a two-edged sword, but it's definitely a change that's occurring. And I think we addressed it, although not specifically under changing landscape.
I look at this list and I think that these are all things that we're being mindful of while we try to write a good issue statement and guiding principles moving forward. I actually kind of feel like they're largely kind of parking lot issues that I think we've touched on most of them in the conflicts. If we haven't, then we'd be better served by pulling them out of this bullet list and getting them into what we've already worked on. And I don't think we need to delete them because I think they're good to keep in mind, but I don't think we need to keep other concerns or additional challenges as part of our issue statement. I think I'd rather conclude with some kind of strong statement at the end of the issue, essentially saying something to the effect that stakeholders are eager and to work with the department on solving these challenges with a plan or something like that.
I believe we put, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was just going to agree.
Oh, I think the reason we put some of those there is we said moving forward with our solutions that we might get into some of these while working out the other ones that are in our guidelines or our conflicts.
I would agree with you, Mark. I mean, we put those down so we wouldn't forget them. And we can refer back to them as we go through our guiding principles and say, you know, do we need to, you know, rethink it and include that in there? Just to keep that clear that that's not part of the issue statement, Sarah, could you put above other concerns include, could you just kind of put parking lot? Is that okay with folks?
Yes.
Okay.
The 5-year plan shouldn't be down in the parking lot though, should it?
Well, that's down there because it may be a strategic guiding principle, and so I think that's something that you'll sort out in the next step.
All right.
Any other thoughts, or are we good with the issue statement for now?
Was there one more line to put down at the bottom there about stakeholders are eager to?
Oh,
I was just thinking that it would be nice to conclude our issue statement with something that's strong and ties it all together. And I think that maybe that's something we could circle back around on rather than try to wordsmith it now.
Well, let's go ahead and just put it in there as a placeholder for us to circle back to.
Is that it?
Okay, bearing in mind that we will be able to circle back. Issue statement, going once, going twice, 3 times. Okay, let's move on. What I'd like to do is talk a little bit about the next step before lunch so that you have something to chew on. I know we kind of gave you guys a homework assignment before, so none of this should come as a real surprise to you, but sometimes it's worth refreshing what we're going to do next based on the thinking that you've done to date. So let me see if I can share my screen. Okay, here we go. So with these guiding principles, you guys have done a lot of work to say, you know, here's what makes coming up with a good elk management plan difficult. All right, there are challenges associated with it. It's complex. It's not an easy thing to come up with. So now it's time to start talking about what does success look like. All right, so if FWP came up with the perfect elk management plan. Okay, what would it accomplish? Okay, that addressed these issues. Now, again, we're not talking about how to accomplish it. And so you can break down these principles into 3 categories. Okay, so strategic. Now, this is just an example of one. So, you know, FWP is tasked with effective management of Montana wildlife. And you state that in your issue statement as part of the context. But there's no point in coming up with a guiding principle saying something about effective management of Montana wildlife, because that should happen no matter what elk management plan they come up with. All right. It's never going to be acceptable for FWP to ineffectively manage Montana wildlife. So that is a strategic principle that goes across everything, all the possibilities of an elk management plan. The guiding principle is this is where we want to go. Okay, this is our objective. This is what we want to achieve. Okay, and so in the case of an elk management plan, we're saying effective elk management is where we want to go. And then getting into what does that mean given all of the issues that have been brought up. And then this is the one we're going to have to probably be most careful to avoid, sort of the means by which you would get to a guiding principle. So a means objective is this is how we get to a guiding principle. All right, so saying things like, you know, FWP should issue landowner tags. All right, that is a means to achieve something. Okay, so instead of saying this is a specific action you're going to take, FWP, all right, you're saying here's what we want you to achieve when you make a decision on what to do. Okay, so a means objective here might also just be these are the harvest regulations. As a group, you don't want to recommend specific harvest regulations, but you want to provide principles that guide how FWP does that. So the big thing here is recognize that guiding principles is what we're looking to do. You're going to be offering guidance on how to succeed to FWP or what success looks like. So a couple of thoughts on as you go through it. So you can self-edit along the way. It's like, is this strategic? Is this guiding? Or is this means? Also, how you phrase guiding principles can really help looking at trade-offs between them. So if you look at minimize, maximize, or maintain, all right, so if something is good, all right, then you could say, well, we want to maximize it. If something is bad, then you want to minimize it. If you just want something to stay the same, then you maintain it. Now, you know, it's nobody, you know, let's say you wanted to put words in there like, you know, maximize harvestable elk populations in Montana. All right, well, you take that to an extreme and it's ridiculous. All right, you know, then you have elk crawling all over the place. But if you have something that says maximize hunter opportunity in Montana and minimize damage, okay, to private property, now you could see that you have to consider a trade-off there. All right, you're not going to be able to achieve both perfectly. And so the language of maximize, minimize, or maintain can really help to make that clear. And clarity is what's really important here. So you don't want to get into the weeds. So one thing that you can ask yourself, all right, we're not trying to solve the problem yet. We're not trying to say, here's how to do it. We're saying, here's what to do. Here's what you want to achieve. Here's what you want to accomplish. And then the last thing is, if there's an and in your guiding principle, so if you look at this, like you want to minimize the risk of transmission of CWD and brucellosis, you either have one or two guiding principles there. And so your choice is to get rid of that and. You can either say something like, well, we just want to minimize risk of disease transmission. All right, but if you're like, well, no, that's not true, because minimizing transition for chronic wasting disease and brucellosis are two different things. All right, so now you split it out to minimize risk of CWD transmission and minimize risk of brucellosis transmission. So now you've got two guiding principles there, instead of one with the word and in it. So what do folks think? What kind of questions have I got there?
These are
Clear as mud?
Do you think these two slides could be available as we move through the next phase? I think these are good reference points and helps keep me on track.
I think we can arrange that. Other thoughts? You know, this stuff can seem simple, but when you get into it, it can get confusing. So if, you know, it's confusing now, it's not going to get any better. So let me know where I'm confusing you.
Can you show us an example, Mike? I mean, this is just going to be a list of statements, right?
Yeah, so let me go see if I can find that lion. Yeah, that should have worked, but it didn't. Give me a minute. You're watching just how technologically hobbled I am. In fact, this is what I'm going to do. Sarah, can you get to that document that we sent with the Lion Working Group, the guiding principles, fundamental objectives they came up with?
Yeah, I've got the final report from that, so I think that could work for.
Well, I emailed it out to folks, I think.
I don't know if I have that.
Wait, no, I don't think I did.
If you stop sharing, I'll show you the guiding principles that they've got.
Okay.
I see that is okay.
So for the problem that they are trying to solve, these are the fundamental objectives or guiding principles that they came up with. Now, you'll notice that some of those clearly conflict with each other, and that's fine. If anything, you want to capture that conflict. So if you have guiding principles that are not necessarily fully compatible, that's good. All right. The important thing is that these objectives that the Lion Group defined specifically address problems in their issue statement. Okay, so they said something about, yeah, there's a problem with resident lion hunters. They really don't like what's going on with lion management. So the guiding principle to address that is, well, we need to make sure that resident lion hunters are satisfied. And you see the maximize language in there, and it's probably true that you're never going to just, absolutely thrill all resident lion hunters. But you could see a trade-off between maximizing resident lion hunters and maximize satisfaction of lion hunters, and then maybe it's not even at the end of the day, maximizing satisfaction of ungulate hunters. Do those examples make sense?
They make sense to me, Mike. I think I struggle with how ambiguous and I guess fluffy it is for what that's worth. But I see where you're headed with this, but yeah, I think I understand it.
Yeah, well, in some ways, I know exactly what you're saying. It leaves you a lot of latitude to say, all right, think of all the ways you could maximize satisfaction of resident lion hunters. All right. Some of them you might like, some of them you might not. And, it's always tempting to specify how to do something. And that would be the next step in the process, okay? Which in fact would be what FWP would do when they're writing their elk management plan. So if you gave them guidance, say, maximize satisfaction of elk hunters in Montana, all right, that would be guidance that they would take to heart, and they'd have to deal with, the conflict between that and another guiding principle of maximize satisfaction of landowners in Montana. But you want to give them the flexibility to figure that out. You don't want to say, here's how you'll do it. Does that make sense, Joel?
That makes sense. I mean, that's not what I want, but I understand that this is just part of the process. I want to tell them how to do it, but we're just part of the process. I understand that. That's fine.
Yeah. I don't know how, what comes next in this process for FWP. And so how they'll go about writing the elk management plan, how they'll take public input and all that kind of stuff, you'll have to ask them. Other questions? Okay, you want to stew on this over lunch? So right now it's coming up on 11:55. If we got back together at 12:30, then we'll get to work on the guiding principles. How does that sound?
Sounds good.
Okay, see y'all in a while.
Hey, Mike, before you leave, will you make me co-host, please?
Okay, just for you, Lindsay. If I can find you. Oh, there you are.
And Emily Moran as well.
And Emily.
And me.
Oh, and Sarah. Casey, I think the answer is 12:30. And I will put up a slide that says that for anybody else who maybe tunes in while we're out. So.
Okay, anything else? Enjoy your lunch. Okay, I've got 12:30. Shall we get back in the saddle? Hope everybody had a decent if short lunch. What I'd like to do now is break out into small groups again so we can start working on the guiding principles. I sent you a document a few minutes ago that had the information I put on the slides. Did folks get it?
Yes.
All right. Before we break up into small groups, are there any questions about what we're setting out to do? All right. So I'm going to send you to the breakout room to do the same thing that we did before, where you have one person in the group that is acting as a scribe and keeping track of the discussions and the guiding principles that you're coming up with. Work with each other, given the guidelines I sent, because it can be hard to think through these things. And so don't be shy about challenging each other about, well, you know, you just came up with the means objective. That means objective is to accomplish what? Okay, and that what is the guiding principle. So let's go ahead and break out. Lindsay, did you have something?
Yeah, sorry, just really quick, Mike. Whatever group that I have, I may try and get us to come back to the main room so that we can stream a group. It may or may not work, but if you see some of us leaving a breakout room, we're just coming back to this main room to have a discussion that can be streamed, just so you're aware.
We need a copy of the latest issue statement.
That's what I was going to ask for.
Oh, yeah, that makes perfect sense. Sarah, could you send that out?
Yeah, I'll send that out in just a sec here.
Anything else? Okay, stand by for the time warp. Here we go.
Hey, Sarah, are you available real quick?
Yes, I am.
Did you have a way to text Mike or somehow get a hold of Mike? Because we only have two members in this group.
Okay.
So we could stream, but if you could let Mike know. Everett and Joel, you can go ahead and get yourselves organized, and somebody should be here shortly. Everett, you're muted.
Oh, I was just saying, I nominate Joel to take notes. All in favor? I don't know why I keep thinking I'm unmuted and I'm not. Joel, do you have some thoughts already put together? You're on mute now too, buddy.
Somebody muted me.
Yeah.
I don't have any thoughts. No.
Okay.
Not really. I was just looking at the latest issue statement here.
Oh, our issue statement?
Yep. Yeah.
I was just looking at the new email that Sarah just sent with our or I'm sorry, that Mike sent of
The Lion.
the Lion guiding principles.
Yeah,
And-
I think this will. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No. I was just going to say, I mean, you could almost just replace lion with elk.
I know, right? I think this is going to be a lot easier than I thought. But
Yeah,
maybe
I mean, no, I think you're right. Hey, Lindsay, are you listening in still?
Yep, I am.
So guiding principles, just so that I'm clear, we bring these to FWP, and then from there, everybody within FWP basically does the managing. What was the term that they used? The next step under guiding?
The means, I think, the means objectives.
So FWP basically comes up with the means, and then through public comment, those are refined and fixed, correct?
Yes and no. I'm not going to say that FWP alone is going to come up with those means objectives, but more so these guiding principles will be a starting point for when we begin our public scoping. And so instead of coming to a public meeting and saying, what's wrong with elk management? We can say, explain this process and say, this is a guiding principle that this group came up with. What does that mean to you as a citizen of Montana? So it's more of a starting point to build the rest of the public process off of, if that makes some sense.
It does. Do you think that there will be another working group for the means then?
I don't. I just think that, get further into this process, it just requires a broader base of input. And we already get scrutinized for working groups that only have, a defined number of members representing an entire state, and so I think, taking comment on those finer details from the broader public is important moving forward. Hey, Mike, are you listening into this main room? Oh, he just left. Never mind.
He's gone.
Hey, we're live on YouTube. That's pretty cool. Apparently. Everett,
Yeah,
we're
Mike-
influencers, man.
Well, shoot, I never thought I'd be one of those. Man, I barely have social media anymore as it is. I was just looking at these. Well, let me go back. Patrick, you there?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Joel, was there anything standing out on that issue statement to you? Or were you just kind of...
Anything what? Sorry?
Was there anything standing out still on that? Or were you just breezing?
You mean from
through
the
it?
from the parking lot, you mean, or?
No. I guess just,
Or
as,
just-
as a complete product.
I think it looks pretty good to me. I mean, I think we'll have to come back and maybe fine tune a little bit depending on what the guiding principles are that the group comes up with. Were you thinking of something?
No, nothing specific. I was just curious if there was a reason you were back at it or if you felt like it was.
Oh, no. I was just trying to figure out where to go with the guiding principles based on the issue statement.
Mm.
But
Patrick, do you have some thoughts here, guiding principle?
Where I just came from, we put up both the mission statement and the guiding principles as he laid it out for the mountain lion. And so we've got something to compare to. And then as far as I can tell, we're starting at number 1 on the conflicts.
And developing guiding principles based on that, you mean?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay. Well, I've got them both up here. Do you guys want me to share my screen?
That would
that'd be great.
Okay. Do screen number 2. All right. Can you guys see that?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so here's the lion example on the right here, and then ours. So do we want guiding principles for anything other than the conflicts? Is that where we need to start, or do we need to start earlier in the issue statement?
I don't see any way to do anything with the first part. It's pretty self-evident, their statements. And it looks like the conflicts is what we're trying to set out to resolve, or at least get a, maximize or minimize or.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just going to put it right in the same document. Okay. And so that we can see the other one too. Okay, so well, maybe we can come back to this if we think of something, but yeah, let's start with the conflicts then.
And
oh, go ahead.
The first conflict is disagreement about population objectives. And as a landowner, it'd be a reduction, I would think. And as a hunter, it would be have more elk. Maybe that's too simplistic. I don't know.
Well, I think you're in the right. I think you're thinking maybe a level or two down, Patrick, as I understand how we're supposed to put guiding principles. And my thought for number 1 was just was actively engaging stakeholders, whoever they may be, in that decision-making process.
You were cutting out a little bit there, Everett. Be actively engage stakeholders involved in the population objective decision-making process or something like that?
Yeah, I would just say decision-making process and leave it general.
How do we tie that to that issue? I guess would be the question, because it could be, I mean, unless we want to make it a more general statement, or are we specifically trying to tie it to number 1 there?
I was tying it to number 1.
Actively engage stakeholders involved in the decision-making process regarding population objectives? Or do we want to just say just put a number 1? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to making it more specific to the objectives, but I think there's so much more there that as a guiding principle as we go through the whole process.
Yeah.
It helps to leave it general like that.
Yep. Okay.
And was it you that said this just before lunch, and you felt like this was a little bit like fluff?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I totally get what you're saying, because I definitely want to be more pointed as we go through this, but I don't think that we can at this point in the process. So I'm really wanting to say, we need to do this, this, and this.
Right. Yeah.
We can't yet.
Yep. Yeah. What,
Well,
Yeah.
in this, do we verify stakeholders? Do we bring them forward? I'm kind of confused by this whole thing.
Are the guiding principles or the process, Patrick?
Kind of both right here on this, the guiding principles. Well, I pretty much, I can see who it's going to be. But I don't even, I don't know how to go forward with it, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, well, so we're just trying to, I mean, we're just cogs in a wheel, right? I mean, we're just part of a grand scheme or a larger process to get this, to implement elk management in Montana. And we have a really, it's an important role, but it's ultimately just part of the process. So I think we just have to realize that, we don't need to get in the weeds. We're just developing guiding principles for the people that will get in the weeds.
This sentence you started here, maximize opportunities to hunters, is that what you?
No, I was thinking, because I can't remember who said it, but that maybe it was, I can't remember, but he said that he talked to several people and they just want to be heard. So I was thinking along the lines of like maximize opportunities to listen to and follow public comment or something like that. I don't know, which kind of is maybe a little redundant with the first one.
So we don't follow the guiding principles as a guideline for doing each one of these statements.
We don't have to.
No, but I think the guiding principle has to relate back to an element in that issue statement. It can't just stand alone, right?
Yeah,
so,
right.
The one that we're talking about right now. And Joel, I think you can take actively engage and maximize opportunities, or actively engage stakeholders and maximize opportunities to be involved in the decision-making process.
Maximum opportunities for stakeholders? For them?
Actively engage and maximize opportunities. Yep, I think that works.
I like it.
Just to butt in here for a second, I see Dan Vermillion joined. Dan, are you here with us right now?
Yes, I am.
Okay, we're in a breakout room, just talking about the guiding principles based off of the issue statement, just to catch you up. I didn't know if people noticed you were in here or not, but.
Hi, Dan. Sorry, we didn't know you were here. You reassigned. Sounds like a punishment. All right. So what else do we want to? So Dan, so far we've just got that first one there. You can see my screen, okay? I'm assuming. Yep. Actively engage stakeholders and maximize opportunities for them to be involved in the decision-making process. For one guiding principle.
That, are you guys referring to in the formation of the elk plan and then also the implementation and amendment of the elk plan, or?
Yes, I think it with
more just like between now and the actual elk plan.
I think just in general, generally speaking.
Okay.
Not specific to the plan necessarily. I don't know. Everett, what?
Yeah, I think it was, I think it was to be broad. It was riffing off of that first conflict there about population objectives, but certainly we want it to be more than just about that, and we want it to be about the entirety of the process.
Yeah.
Which I is this fluff? Because this is something that we already do as part of the process anyway.
You know, I think it's really, I don't think you can overemphasize engaging stakeholders because in my opinion, and if you think about the conversations we've had over the last few days, a lot of the breakdown, whether it's the 5-year review or the population objectives, it is when the constant communication between the department and the stakeholders gets frayed, not because anybody is trying to ignore anybody, but everybody gets so busy. So I think, you know, emphasizing constant engagement is, you know, that's what FWP strives for at all times, in my experience. But, you know, a person can only do so much.
Should we be more explicit then in this guiding principle, not just in the decision-making process, but something along the lines of every step throughout the process? Or is there something that we need to be more intentional about?
Well, I mean, I think if you look at like the guides, like if you look at these, how you go about communicating, you know, landowners consistently, you know, if they've got a problem, it's right in front of them. And so you hear about it pretty quickly. Elk hunters and other stakeholders sometimes are a little harder to pry. I mean, you get a few folks that weigh in pretty aggressively regularly, but a lot of times, you know, there's a lot of opinions out there that you never hear. And it's not just opinions, but it's anecdotal observations on the landscape. And I think that just expanding the universe of who we talk to and how we talk to them, whether it's landowners, sportsmen, non-consumptive users, I think that's a really important guiding principle through all management of an agency. But I think with this elk management plan, it's a big one. So, so maybe at the end of that first sentence, just say both in formatting or formulating the elk plan and implementing the elk plan.
Okay. What do you think, Ever? Do we want to be that specific, or, I mean?
No, I think that's good.
Just leave it open-ended. Okay.
Yeah.
What do you guys think about formulating instead of formatting?
Oh, is that what you said first? Sorry, Dan.
Yeah.
No, I think that looks good. I think that's a good number one.
What do you guys think about the non-resident? Patrick, you mentioned that a lot. I guess my sense is the stakeholders include non-residents and that we don't need to be that specific, but what do you guys think?
Well, when we first had our first breakout group, we had a discussion on who is a stakeholder and how big of a group do you need that to be, and what if you leave somebody out? And I think just being generic like that kind of covered all of that. Mm-hmm. I hear what you're saying, Dan. I mean, how much revenue comes from non-residents, and I mean, are they stakeholders? Absolutely. So, but I don't know how specific you go then.
Well, stakeholders is generic enough, I think, to cover all of us.
Yeah, I agree.
One thing too, earlier, Dan, you asked about the FWP mission and what it refers to. And so I looked it up and I can read it to you. It says, Montana Fish, Wildlife and Parks, through its employees and citizen commission and board, provides for the stewardship of the fish, wildlife, parks, and recreational resources of Montana, while contributing to the quality of life for present and future generations. So it doesn't specifically reference Montanans. It just talks about Montana's resources.
Okay.
Yes.
If we're moving on to number 2, I'm starting to think of something along the lines of having our best research available to us and looking at ways to increase the amount of data that we're getting that is valuable, that we stay on the cutting edge, things along those ideas. That it doesn't become stagnant, I guess, that we're always innovating in some way.
something like that, Everett? Maximize amounts of valuable data in the decision-making process?
Yeah, I don't know how we word that.
Yeah,
Um,
it's kind of tricky too, because just think about like how population objectives have historically been set. It's that coordination or the convergence of landowner tolerance and sportsman's desires, so to speak. Carrying capacity doesn't necessarily come in. So how, there's just there are some social decisions that are hard to reduce to science or data.
Yeah, and you're totally right, Dan. My thought process was a little bit more of, we're getting a lot of cool data now with migration routes, and how we can maximize that. What's on the horizon for elk research, and are we putting enough resources towards those, towards that?
I wonder if you could say something like maximize integration of scientific data into the decision making, because like you say, we're getting all kinds of new data now that didn't even used to be possible to gather.
Yeah.
And now we're gathering it and integrating that science. I mean, we didn't have drones in 2005 that I'm aware of. Well, I guess we did in Afghanistan, but we didn't in Montana. So there's a lot of changes that are have occurred that are allowing us to have more data available when we make decisions, and the more data you have, typically the better decision you make.
Absolutely. I would say integration and collection of scientific data.
Well, were you on the Lion Group?
I wasn't, no.
Because that, the science that really, the thing that really came together with those mountain lion plans was the fact that there was a lot of new science. So
absolutely, yeah. Yeah, I'm over here in Stevensville, so I followed that pretty darn close.
Do we want to use the word maximize or continue, or like continue collection integration, or obviously I think scientific data.
Are we supposed to
important.
avoid maximize as a word?
No, he said use maximize.
Oh, okay, gotcha, right, okay.
Maximize, minimize, or I forget was it maintain?
Can we figure out how to throw the word innovative in there somehow so that we're always looking to improve on what we're doing and not just maintaining?
Right there. Collection and integration of innovative scientific data.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get my glasses.
I can make it a little bigger. Here. Oh, too big. There we go. Decision maker. Innovative scientific data.
How about maximize the collection, innovation, and integration of scientific data?
Collection,
And
innovation,
then you could almost, if you look at like number 3 down below, for just at the end of that decision-making processes to maximize effective ungulate management or elk management in Montana, something to that. Kind of, I don't know, maybe that changes that sentence's important, the value, what it means.
Yeah. Do you want me to write something down, Dan?
No, I'm
For
just,
that, or are you just thinking out loud?
Thinking out loud.
Okay.
Yeah, it wouldn't hurt to put it after data, scientific data of elk in the decision-making process.
Or maybe you just take out innovation and create a separate bullet point and say continue to emphasize innovation and scientific data collection to better inform decision-making processes. Or
Sorry, just say that
It's a
again.
great
Dan.
place to save, and the budgets are tight, right? And technology is a way for the department to save money and still get the data it needs.
Can you say that again? Continue to emphasize.
Yeah, I was just saying, continue to emphasize innovative data, scientific data collection to implement or affect or sustainable elk management in Montana. Because isn't that kind of what you're trying to say, Everett?
Yeah, it really is. Yep. Were we supposed to try and split guiding principles as much as possible, to be clear? Or
He said if there was an and in the statement, then you would probably want to consider splitting it into a separate principle.
Okay.
If you're combining multiple principles.
So you think then we need to say maximize the collection of scientific data of elk in the decision-making process, maximize integration or maximize the integration of said data into the decision-making. So it's a separate point altogether, I guess.
Yep, I think that'd be right.
Of elk management or of just elk?
I think in the elk management decision-making process.
In the elk, I'm sorry, scientific data of elk management.
Or just right after the, so in the elk, in the elk management decision-making process, take out in and
Oh,
the.
okay.
Oh,
In the.
Yep, elk management decision-making process.
Gotcha.
There you go.
In would be probably into, I guess. Okay.
I guess the kind of, to me, and I get the sense that a lot, we've kind of moved on past this as a bigger group, and just how you go about making sure that the elk management plan reflects the conditions on the ground. So, like, just because we wrote an elk, like the example I always used to use is the elk population objective for southeastern Montana is 700 elk, right? And if we actually reduced it to 700 elk, everybody would be upset. So how you go about making sure that that plan reflects what's going on in the landscape is, I think, something that will make the next plan more effective. If we can figure out.
I think you're absolutely right, Dan. I think, we've talked a lot about that 5-year review, and I don't know what the actual number is, but I think there has to be a point that is very clear that this has got to be reviewed constantly. And I don't know if annual is really feasible, but if 3 or 5 years is, I think it has to be just continually looked at. I think that's one of the big things that we've learned from this last one is that we've gone far too long before we have revisited things.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about that Idaho presentation, their next plan is not due until 25, and they're already going to have it done in 22. So I think maybe just say improving the timeliness of, yeah, there you go. Perfect. Of the elk management plan to reflect conditions on the ground, or that may not be the right way for reflect, but you know what I mean. Yeah, that'll get wordsmithed.
What about sorry guys. What about if we put in something that would we want the department to adhere more strictly to the elk management plan? Because it seems like there's a plan, but nobody's really following it.
That can become pretty restrictive.
It can, especially, and I'm not sure I don't even know if we have the authority to do that, because the way the commission could always just say, department could say, here's what we want to do. Here's what we want to do on this district.
And the commission could say, no way, that's not what we're going to do. And so it's kind of a natural.
Could we
tension.
say something to the effect of encourage the commission and the department to as closely as possible follow suggestions
Yes.
in here?
Yep.
Sorry, Everett, to do what?
Encourage the commission and the department to, as closely as possible, follow the recommendations in the elk management plan.
Yep. And I think, yeah, there you go, department, and I think commission are supposed to be capitalized.
Let's see. So
Joel, could you go down and look at those guiding principles again below of the L? There we go. Let me just see what else they have. Okay.
there we go.
You know, I don't want to speak negatively of the Lion Group, but I kind of wonder how they got away with what seems like so simple of a plan, right?
I think the difference is those guys were meeting in person, and it makes it, they could probably handle a little less. I don't know.
Oh, here's Mike's suggestions.
I'll be right back.
So we're right here guiding. This is where we want to go.
Yeah.
So minimize, maximize, or maintain is helpful. And if there's an and, then possibly split it.
I see. Okay. Got
Yeah,
it.
this is a pretty simple set of guiding principles, really, from the Lion Group.
Yeah.
Yep. And that, I think, is generally considered one of the more effective groups we've had.
So Joel, just control, replace lion, elk, and
Yeah, right.
we call it good.
Nice. I'll just manually do it. So this one, encourage the commission and the department to, as closely as possible, follow the recommendations in the elk management plan.
That's a fairly good statement. We can't tell them to do it. They don't have to listen to us.
Yeah. How's that look? Just add those commas in there. Oh, and then do we have, okay, no, I think we're good. Improve the review and revision process of the elk management plan to reflect current conditions.
I wonder
Well-
if after current conditions, you should put throughout the life of the plan, just so.
Okay. What if we said timely review?
Sure.
Improve the timely review and revision?
Yep. The one thing I think that would be probably really helpful is thinking about how you could use or draft the elk plan in a way that would take a little bit of the heat out of the conversations between landowners, sportsmen, and the department.
Yeah, Dan, I totally agree with what you're saying. And something that's rattled around in my mind is how we can incentivize landowners instead of them feeling like they are just kind of beat up over the whole thing.
Yep. Because they do. And you know what? Sometimes it's fair. Sometimes it's not necessarily fair, but other times it really is. So.
Improve language and elk management plan to
collaboration among stakeholders. Maybe, if that's what we were looking for, or.
Yeah, especially landowners.
Yeah, I
think
feel like
I
this.
would be. I'd be careful singling them out just to, because they might interpret that the wrong way. I don't know.
Yeah. Yep. Okay.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna get too hung up on it, but I liked the word incentivize. You know.
Oh, yeah.
I think landowner,
Incentivize it instead of encourage.
um,
Yeah, I think that's a good word change right there.
yeah, we
Well,
could do,
we could maybe make that a separate,
we could too. I wouldn't be opposed to that.
Because if you think about what's kind of happens with the legislature traditionally is, you know, if somebody doesn't like how the elk are being managed, they go to the legislature.
Yep.
incentivize public access to private land. No, I mean, I don't know. What
Guess
were you
I'm just-
thinking, Everett?
Yeah, bigger picture. I'm looking at, you know, instead of hanging a big stick over a landowner's head, are there ways that we might be able to incentivize, whether it's public access or cooperation with strategic plans of some kind, or something along those lines? You know, big picture. You know, landowners feeling like if I don't do this, then I'm going to get a negative. Instead, what I'm looking for, are there ways that we might be able to say, this is something positive that adds to their net, whatever that might be, in the bigger scope of elk management?
Certainly,
Okay.
that was an argument we heard a lot when we were dealing with shoulder seasons.
Yeah, I mean, that's an excellent point, Dan. You know, I think I look at other states and how they, you know, the big one that comes to mind are like landowner coupons. Are there things along those lines that we might be able to do that, again, incentivizes landowner cooperation instead of just saying, well, you know, you didn't allow elk, so we're not going to help with fencing, or we're not going to help with this, or we're not going to help with that. And so really looking for ways that we might be able to help landowners. Not that they're all about the dollar, but I mean, that's how they operate their businesses, right? And so if we can fit into their model a little bit more, I think we might be able to find more ways to cooperate.
Yeah, that's really good. I suppose Druska and some of the other landowners would hopefully will be able to provide some insight as far as you know what. But then again, we don't want to get into the weeds too much, I guess. So
Yeah, and that's I think that's what you want to, instead of getting, but I think incentivize or create or explore. I think incentivizing landowner sportsman cooperation, so that way they don't feel like singled out.
There you go. I like that. Hyphenated.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Joel, you used hunter, not sportsman. Was there a reason?
I know. Well, I didn't want to be gender offensive. So.
Oh, that's right. I remember that from our last. That's fine. I'm okay with that.
I mean, hey, hunter is hard to beat.
Frankly, I like the connotation that hunter has in our culture, and I don't want to lose that.
And that's where the rub is, right?
Incentivize landowner hunter cooperation with elements of the elk management plan. Is that where we want to be? Uh-oh, we might
That
be
works
getting,
for me.
Are we getting a warning here? My screen just
We
turned.
did, yeah.
We have a lot of people in our group now.
I have 19 participants now, so I guess we're back in the big group.
All right.
Everett, where do you live in Stevensville?
I do.
Okay.
Beautiful Bitterroot.
You guys are getting a bunch of snow this week, aren't you?
Well, I hope so, because I've got a lion tag I'm trying to fill, but right now it's like 40 something degrees outside. So I don't know.
So is that where we interacted before? Was mostly on lion stuff?
You know,
your name is so familiar, and I don't know if it's.
I'm sure I bugged you once or twice as a commissioner in 12 years. So maybe it was lion things though.
Because there was another gentleman in the Bitterroot who had a big white beard, who was a big lion hunter. I'm trying to think. I thought he had the same last name as you, but maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, not that I know of.
You'd know him.
Yeah, not a common last name.
No.
Just Google big white beard in the Bitterroot lion hunter.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. I bounced around between the groups. It looked like there were some really good discussions going on. And so what I'd like to do is what we did last time, where each group put its draft guiding principles up on the screen, talk through them, and then let the group ask questions. So I think technically group one is the one that met here in the main meeting room. So who would like to share their screen and talk about what you guys came up with?
I'll do it. Can you guys see my screen? Hopefully.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, we can.
All right, so this is what we came up with so far. Actively engage stakeholders and maximize opportunities for them to be involved in the decision-making process, both in formulating and implementing the elk management plan. Maximize the integration of scientific data into the elk management decision-making process. Continue to emphasize, and I guess if anybody has questions or wants to stop as I'm going through this, then Everett and Dan and Pat and I can explain it or clarify a little bit more. Continue to emphasize innovative scientific data collection to implement sustainable elk management in Montana. Improve the timely review and revision process of the elk management plan to reflect current conditions throughout the life of the plan. Encourage the commission and the department to, as closely as possible, follow the recommendations in the elk management plan. Improve language in the elk management plan to incentivize collaboration among stakeholders. And finally, incentivize landowner-hunter cooperation with elements of the elk management plan.
So in coming up with these, Joel, what was the discussion about? What led to these?
We were trying to address elements in the issue statement. And so I guess, I mean, I don't know, Everett, Dan, Pat, what do you, I guess I don't understand exactly what your question is, Mike.
Yeah, it was a bad question. So I guess a better way of putting it is in terms of your deliberations. Okay, what was there? Yeah, that's just a bad question.
You really asking about our thought process, Mike?
Yeah, pretty much. I'm just kind of figuring, is there a way to crawl in your head to figure out? So, you referred back to the issue statement. And
yeah, so we took the conflicts and really looked for guiding principles on that and tried to keep it as a high level as we could without getting too far into ideas like means. And so the first one there, actively engaging stakeholders, we went straight to number one that was on the issue statement and looked at, okay, well, what would we want FWP to do about this? Is that helpful?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that just to follow up on Everett said, is just kind of a recognition in our breakout room that, the more we talk about the elk management plan as a working group, it's really one of the things that comes through is just the constant need for checking in with the public, whether it's landowners, sportsmen, constantly just trying to keep those communications alive. So A, the elk management plan doesn't become stagnant, but B, that people don't feel like they're not being heard when it comes to elk management.
Okay. Folks in the group, what kind of questions or thoughts do you have based on what you're seeing here? Jessica.
So I've been thinking about how we're, maximizing these opportunities and engaging stakeholders. I wonder if like maximize the ability to have those kitchen table discussions when obtaining more opinions or thoughts on the decision-making process. You know, I think expecting stakeholders to be able to drop everything and go to a commission meeting is unrealistic. I think having FWP come to them in sort of a, you know, you could get your neighbors together and you could sit down at the kitchen table and you could have a discussion about what is affecting you and what help they think they need. That is more of a way to engage stakeholders. And that might not quite be a guiding principle, but it's really simple on a piece of paper to say engage. But what does that mean? And how do you evaluate whether that was done? Maybe just like that. I like that, Les.
Twice
Yeah.
through small group kitchen table discussion.
Other thoughts from the group? Okay, so from my point of view, these are good. And so I think the places I would suggest room for improvement might be just on saying exactly what you mean. And so, and doing it succinctly. So like when you say actively engage stakeholders and maximize opportunities for them, you know, can that just be maximize opportunities for stakeholders to be involved? And you got a succinct statement that way that you get rid of the word and, suggesting those are two different things. Now, if they are two different things, then we can go back to, you know, our choice of making sure, you know, like we can split this out or keep it single without using the word and. So what do you think about that?
I think the way Joel changed that first sentence, if that was Joel that did that, I think that hopefully that reflects what you were suggesting.
Okay. Maximizing integration of scientific data. I get that. When you say continue to emphasize, is that one different from the one before? Both are talking about scientific data.
Everett, you want to answer that, or?
Yeah, it is. And I think the idea was we had three kind of big ideas for research or for science: integration, innovation, and collection. And so we wanted to make sure that we were staying on the cutting edge of whatever research was coming out and that we were performing that same research ourselves. So the innovation part was there. We want to make sure that the collection of that data is really being used. It's not just sitting on the shelf somewhere. So we had it in one lump statement and we broke it out into those two right there. So the keywords, I think, are the integration of scientific data and then the innovation of scientific data. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I'm having to keep my little scientific perspective to my little self as I try to interpret that. Because as a scientist, I guess I'm not sure I see the difference. And part of this is, I do a lot of research with FWP, and they are doing cutting edge stuff. There's already a lot of value placed on, innovation.
Well, and I guess one of the ideas we were talking about, Mike, was the idea that AFWP clearly, it's one of the leading agencies in the world when it comes to innovative wildlife research. But just understanding also and seeing budgets down the road being, innovation is a way for us to continue to collect data, hopefully less expensively than, flying around with helicopters and airplanes all the time, just kind of constantly looking for ways to maximize how much data we collect without, within recognition that sometimes data collection, the biggest limitation is just money.
Yeah. Okay. Let's stick a pin in that and come back to it. But one thing that you brought up a really good point. Something is constraining, if we came up with these brilliant guiding principles, what would be constraining about just doing all of them?
Money and public opinion.
Yeah, right. And so, those in themselves are guiding principles, stay within budget, or, putting that in there so it recognizes the reality that there's a trade-off between collection of innovative scientific data and the amount of money it costs. And that's definitely the case with GPS collars. That is the cutting edge right now, putting GPS collars on wildlife to see what they're doing, and those boogers are expensive. And so there are only so many collars that you could buy. And so having some enduring or a guiding principle that says, in reality, we need to stay within budget, should be in there too. And also, you brought up the issue of, to what extent is the public going to support all of these things? That's a constraint. All right. So, do you have language in there saying, we really need to have the public on board for the amount of money we're spending for these different policies?
Yeah, I think we were trying to address that in the first one. Just, if you maximize opportunities for stakeholders to be involved, typically there's a correlation, I would think, with public support of whatever work product you come up with.
Yeah, I could see that. But it could also turn out that you could have a stakeholder that, is heavily involved, but comes away very upset with the outcome.
That does happen.
Yeah. So, that's it's not automatic that you will have the support of a stakeholder just because they're involved. I agree. Just from what I've seen, that makes a big difference. But if you think about it, you go back to those conflicts that are listed, okay, for the different stakeholder groups. Okay, what is it that's going to get their support? Now, we aren't trying to define what that is right now, but they're going to be trade-offs in there. So it's kind of like in the Lyon report or outcome where, they talk about maximize satisfaction, and then they had those different stakeholder groups. It would be great if we could maximize all those. Or even maintain acceptable densities. But you see how that's capturing kind of a trade-off there?
Well, we thought about just putting elk in instead of lion on every category.
I don't think houndsmen care about elk so much, Pat. Maybe I'm wrong.
Oh, well, we could have deleted them.
Okay. Well, if it traces back directly to the issue statement, that's fine. It's up to you guys. But I think that digs down a little bit deeper. So if you're going to talk about public satisfaction, there are a lot of different members of the public. And what satisfies one group is not going to satisfy another.
I think we all realize that in the innovative scientific data collection, when we was talking about it, we was also talking about watching for new science that would actually bring down the cost.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Sarah Sells can tell you all about research along those lines. That was her PhD, basically. So when you talk about improving the timely review and revision process, what does improve mean?
To make better.
All right, so it's been 15 years since the last review. Is doing it every 14 years, that's an improvement. But is that what you're?
I guess we were trying to avoid
Wouldn't that be
specific, but
yeah,
fine.
wouldn't that be the means, Mike?
Yeah, it would. If you specified a particular year interval. But what does a timely review and revision process accomplish?
Effectiveness.
Yeah.
And public support for the contemporary manifestation of the plan or iteration.
Well, I also think it incorporates anything else that may not have been thought of at the time that has now come up, and then we bring that in. And so there has to be something periodic. I'm okay putting 5 years, that's why I put it in here now. Or do we wait until the means? We just, as a group, we've all felt very strongly that periodic review, whatever that period may be, needs to happen.
Okay, well, on that particular one, and this is what Carrie brought up in our last discussion, that a timely review, whatever that means, is going to accomplish a bunch of things. All right, so what things does that address? And so if you can, rather than just say, hey, it'd be great to, do a timely review and a revision, okay, be a little bit more specific. You don't have to get to, the time interval, but the time interval is important. And, FWP is going to need to figure that out. So what is it you want to accomplish with these reviews? And then they can think about, well, in order to do that, here's how often we need to review the document.
Can I ask a question without offending all of FWD? Was that specified, or at least inherent in the idea in the last elk management plan, that things would be kind of fixed or addressed as we came to them? And now we're 15 years later and we're all kind of feeling, I don't think we did it quite well enough. So if we need to be more specific in the next elk management plan, is it okay to do that?
I honestly don't remember. So, does the department or?
I think it's 6 years. That was in the old one. I actually read part of the old one.
Yeah, I guess that we talked about it a little bit, but the language in it was, intended to allow the flexibility that you're talking about. And then you guys have talked about a lot today about how, various new initiatives and changes have been made. Some of the objectives have been changed, but not on the whole, not all of them, that sort of thing. But there was not a sort of scheduled review of like a formal review of, are we achieving this, that, or specific things in each health management unit. However, every year there's an assessment of, are we within the population objective ranges or not? That sort of thing. So that is reviewed every year. So I guess I'm not completely following what you mean by review, more along what Mike was saying is if it's something different than what we already do, maybe it would help to be more specific about what you think it will accomplish.
Well, I guess from my perspective, we have had districts or EMUs that are chronically over objective. And if you look at the Elks management plan, it still includes a provision that basically says if we don't meet the objectives and it's chronically over objective, we should go to antlerless only for the general season. And nobody was really willing to do that. And that's kind of how we ended up at shoulder seasons in some respects. And in lieu of implementing the elk, the prescription within the elk management plan. So the idea was really just to ensure that the elk management plan accurately reflects the suite of management options that FWP is willing to consider to reach objective or whatever that standard is in the future elk plan.
We see, I understand that, Dan. So in that, if I'm following your logic, in what you're talking about, we would have reviewed the elk plan and taken that antlerless only season off the table. Taking it out of the elk plan is not a possibility.
Well, either that or more timely adjustments of objectives.
Okay.
Because that seems like what we're always managing towards. And if we're always managing towards a number that, if it's a number that's too high or too low, it kind of boxes us in a way that we probably don't want to be.
Yeah, I also think one of the things that we need to timely review is the social component, whether it's a sportsman landowner perspective of where things are at, and we need to check in more with that more frequently. So if there was another, I don't know if it's an objective, but social objective to look at, that would probably be one that we should revisit frequently.
Everett, you cut out for a minute on my end there. Did you say, could you repeat that? Sorry.
That we would need to more frequently check in with the social tolerance if we're going to use that as an objective or a metric. That would be one of the ideas behind the more frequent reviews of the elk management plan.
Everett, this is Druska. Can you give me an example of the social check-in frequently with the social tolerance?
Yeah, I'm thinking specifically of landowners that things have changed for one reason or another, whether it's ownership or it's a new stewardship plan of some kind, and so their objectives for their place has radically changed, and so that might mean that the presence of elk or lack thereof might need to be revisited. I think it's just being more responsive to the plan and how it might impact whether it's landowner or sportsman, but just that social tolerance component needs to be factored in maybe a little bit more frequently. Does that make sense?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, it's good that we've captured that. That'll need some massaging to look like a guiding principle, but let's hold that for the next round. For the remainder on here, one thing that's really good when it comes to really getting to the bottom of a guiding principle is if you have something up there that seems like a little vague or what do you mean, you ask the question why. Okay. So if you have, like encourage the commission, follow the recommendations of the elk management plan. Why?
Because we don't have the power to tell them.
Okay, but what would it accomplish? Okay.
Well, that was really the idea behind that. Why have a plan to put all this together if it's just going to be set aside? So we really wanted to make sure that the commission and the department were, this is what we've come up with as best as we can.
Yeah. Well, so I wonder if that's a strategic kind of objective where you sure hope that the commission and the department are going to pay attention to the elk management plan that comes up, right? No matter what's in it. Right? Do I have that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that might be a strategic objective. If you're going to improve the language in the plan to incentivize collaboration among stakeholders, why? What's that accomplish?
Well, that one and the one following it, Mike, were kind of closely related, incentivizing landowner and hunter cooperation.
Mm-hmm.
So the why behind it was instead of certain stakeholders feeling like they are being forced with a negative to do something, whether it's allowing access or cooperating with the plan. The idea would be able to find positives to offer whatever stakeholder would be part of that plan. So it instead of having a stick, it brings more of a carrot to the equation.
Yeah. Okay, that makes perfect sense. That suggests that there is this potential trade-off among stakeholders and what they want, or among landowners and hunters and what they want. Okay, and what you're saying is let's work towards, the common ground that, lets us walk away feeling like we got a win-win there. I would suggest that goes back up to your first objective you have written up there. So if you maximize the opportunities, okay, then you are going to address satisfaction of these different groups. And you have this opportunity to try to increase satisfaction. Okay. So you can, when you have the improved language to incentivize collaboration, incentivize landowner cooperation, really the reason you're doing that is you're trying to find that happy middle ground as best you can among the stakeholders.
So these two statements at the bottom here, you would say that would be more of a means than a guiding principle.
Yeah, I'd say that those the improved and the incentivized ones are all getting at maximizing the satisfaction of the stakeholders by giving them opportunities to be involved in the decision-making process and work together. Does that make sense?
The second part of that statement is confusing to me because it seems like a means, and that's one, in my mind, one way to maximize satisfaction of stakeholders.
Which
what part are you looking at, Carrie? The second part?
So just, I guess, the same statement that Mike said, maximize satisfaction of stakeholders by allowing them to engage in decision-making process. So that by allowing them to engage in the decision-making process seems like a means in my mind, whereby maximizing stakeholder satisfaction Yeah, I guess I'm struggling between the two because there's a lot of ways to maximize stakeholder satisfaction. One of them is by allowing them to participate in the decision-making process.
That's true. And so it kind of depends on if you want stakeholders to be maximally involved in the decision-making process, no matter what. Okay, that's a strategic objective. If you can see a trade-off though, where you're going to maximize opportunities for stakeholders to be involved in decision-making, but it's going to come at the cost of, pick another objective, maybe, budget constraints or something like that. Then you'll need to assess those trade-offs. Does that make sense, Carrie?
I need to digest it, I think, a little more.
I'm sorry, say again?
I think I just need to digest that a little more and
Okay. I'm not
figure
saying
out
you're
that
wrong. I'm
separation.
saying a lot has to do with how you phrase it. And, if no matter what, you guys want to maximize opportunity for stakeholders to be involved, okay, then, you could state that as a strategic objective in the plan. Okay. If, however, it's just one thing that's going to be in the elk management plan that, the decision maker has to weigh, do I want to do this or do I want to do that? Then it should be a guiding principle. Okay, I want to make sure we have time to talk about the other groups too. So any questions here before we move on? Okay. Good job, folks. Who wants to go next? Bueller.
We can, Mike.
Okay.
Ally or Justin, you want to take this on and I'll share the screen?
Sure, I can, Casey. So we really just tried to address the conflicts and with those guiding principles, and kind of felt like we were getting pigeonholed into maximize and minimize, but I'll let you guys all read those. Felt very blocky, but we tried, I guess. You guys just want to give me, I'll give you like 30 seconds to read all those, or do you want me to go down the list?
How about 45 seconds?
35 tops.
So I can explain a little more about why maximize, minimize, and maintain are commonly used, and it's because the next steps of SDM get into math, and it could be really simple math, but when you're looking for trade-offs, they are most clear when you're saying, I want to maximize this, but I want to minimize that. you don't have to use those words, but those words are also pretty unambiguous. Okay, there's not a lot of room for interpretation. And so that's really important when you're coming up with guiding principles. You don't want to have language in there where people say, well, what do you mean? So for example, there's one in there that says facilitate or encourage or ensure. What do those mean? It's not to say they're bad word choices, but it leaves things up to interpretation. What kind of thoughts do folks have on this set?
The appearance is different than the other one, but I like it also. It's simple for me.
Other folks?
It lays us out for a guideline for where we need to resolve issues.
I'm going to agree with the simplicity idea. And one of the things you struggle with when you go through this is, okay, what's too simple? But the more simple and clear you can be, the easier it is to see what you're trying to achieve. And the simpler and easier it is to see, well, okay, this is not entirely consistent with that. And so we're going to have to try to find a compromise in there. And so the more simply and succinctly things are stated, the easier it is to do those things.
I like that this covers a lot of the ground that we need to address. And I'm wondering if there's a way that we could group some of these into larger buckets, so to speak. I think these are all important points, and they definitely need to be part of the decision-making process. But again, going back to that simplicity, I wonder if we could group these into larger overarching buckets. Did you guys talk about that at all during your discussion?
Yeah, we actually did, Marcus. We talked, and we talked about it, and that you could probably knock down 3 or 4 of these under one line that says maximize or minimize, for disease or for brucellosis or whatnot. But we were trying to get as many ideas on the paper as possible to come into here. But yeah, we had talked about that there are many different topics that we think you could consolidate into a couple lines.
Cool. Yeah, I think you guys did a freaking fantastic job. Like, this is very, very good.
Don't say things like that, Marcus. It goes to people's heads.
I agree, though.
I'm kidding. Based on my experience, this would be a relatively easy set of guiding principles to work with further into the process. Now, I'm not saying we're there yet, but I can see it pretty clearly in here. Other folks?
Yeah, I have just a big picture one. I like this one too. It's very simple, easy to understand. I guess the one thing that kind of catches my eye is it mentions objectives a couple of different times, which I'm not sure that objectives are so much of the issue as distribution. So I guess I'm a little concerned about the lack of the word distribution in there anywhere.
Ed, it is the number 4 line. It is in there.
We didn't look back at the line example, but I think one of the struggles is that when we started, we were kind of trying to address almost a 1-for-1 with the items that we had put in our issue statement to make sure we covered that ground. And I think the approach on distribution and concentration probably is, the line example is a pretty good one, where we would basically try to list the people that would be trying to seek satisfaction from that, rather than identify, you know, what's satisfactory on private lands versus public lands. So I mean, I could see the kind of trying to take a chapter out of that line playbook and fitting our stakeholders into that approach for that issue, Ed.
Other thoughts?
So I have a couple. So seek robust distribution again. About I'm kind of with Ed in that. I mean, the example I used in our group is when you get into a discussion with a group of ranchers that have elk overrunning them at the wrong time of year, they're all about, we just have too many elk. We need to have a better hunting season, a longer, more tags, whatever. And for me, it's more nuanced. It's not necessarily the number of elk, but the distribution of elk on those ag lands at the wrong time of year. And that's, I mean, we sort of get to that under minimize elk conflicts, but there's just a huge distribution question with this elk plan and how we address that. And so I really look for strong language around distribution in anything that we put together. And then recognition somewhere. I mean, partnerships with private landowners are more than for access. They should be for habitat use, you know, for what they do for habitat, for a whole host of things. But yeah, I'd like to create partnerships with FWP for things, for many, many, many things besides access.
Those are good points, Jessica. And, you know, part of what you're saying, that what I thought of anyway, is when you're talking about the distribution thing, I'm not sure what a robust distribution is. And I could see how different people would interpret that very differently, because, you know, what's going on public lands is also going to affect what's going on private lands. And so we may have two totally competing views of what an acceptable distribution of elk is. And so we should capture those competing views so that, you know, down the road when FWP is writing this plan, they're going to be like, well, you know, this stakeholder group would like this distribution, this stakeholder group would hate it. How do we find the compromise, or how do we deal with that? So having those competing views is important. Other thoughts? Yeah, Ren.
I guess my question was on the landowner tags, the fourth from the bottom. And I guess I'm just more wondering kind of what your guys' thoughts are. The way I read that is maintain fairness in any use of landowner tags. So a couple sides of that. Obviously the word maintain. So does the group feel that they're currently fair with that? And then any use of landowner tags seems, you know, fairly broad. And obviously me being a landowner, I'm going to disagree with whether it's fair to me versus somebody that's not a landowner. So I just kind of wanted some input on what that was coming from.
Yeah, we looked at that a little bit, and I think our group was maintaining the status quo of landowner tags as being able to be transferred to family members or employees of the ranch. And then Casey highlighted the maintain public trust management of elk, and that we'd like to see the status quo maintenance of elk as a public trust item or, resource and not a privatized animal.
You guys going to explain that to FWP when everybody's paying for that for tags, that they're no longer a privatized piece? When it's $1,500 for a non-resident tag?
Well, they're still paying FWP to manage that resource and not an individual person.
Does that address what you were asking about, Ren? I thought you were talking about the maintain fairness in any use of landowner tags. Did we get at that? Or did I misunderstand?
No, I think that was more my question, was this, the maintaining the fairness. So in other words, if the word maintain is there, does everybody feel that the fairness is there currently? That was my first question. Is it fair at landowner tags because we're maintaining it? And then any use of landowner tags, where is the fairness? Fairness seems to be a big word to me, because it's obviously some things aren't fair to me as a landowner versus not being fair to somebody who isn't a landowner that has the tag. So I'm just trying to figure out what the idea was on that statement.
I think that's a good point. Fairness, talking about maintaining fairness is open to interpretation, right? You're going to have different views of what fairness is. And so that also suggests that there is a conflict there. Okay, some people are going to view fairness in a way different from other people. And again, that's something that you would want to try to capture. And so maybe, exploding that out a little bit and being more specific than fairness and addressing the issue about how different people feel differently about landowner tags.
Casey, I wonder if we could maintain current landowner tag process or something like that.
Yeah, maybe it's something we need to workshop with the group. I mean, I think that basically we were trying to address the what we had identified as a conflict under landowners, and that this is just what popped out. I mean, I think that there was some ideas about maximizing fairness, and if that meant changes, and I think that there probably is lots of questions about how that could or couldn't change. So we probably need better language that's going to be inclusive of all of the viewpoints around that issue.
Okay. Ed, what you got?
Mike, yeah, I just have a comment on those landowner tags. We might be spending a little more time there worrying about those than is necessary. Just as a rhetorical type question, does anybody know how many of those are currently issued? I know based on my experience, I know one heck of a lot of landowners around Montana, and I don't know anybody that gets one. And number two, someone like, say for instance, Castle Mountain Ranch that pays $60,000 or $75,000 a year in property tax. Are we saying that they shouldn't be allowed to have even one landowner tag? It seems like we're getting off the rails there a little bit.
Well, I mean, I think, Ed, there's a push from some folks that maybe not represented on this group to change some of those rules to offer more opportunities and make them transferable, which would monetize that resource in a way that I think that concerns a lot of people. So the intent is to put a marker on the table and say that however it happens, that we need to maintain some level of fairness in how they're distributed and ensure that the public trust is maintained through any changes.
Well, that one may need some more unpacking. I could be convinced otherwise, but I'm not sure that the fairness issue, whatever you intended to mean here, is part of the issue statement. But I think that's something to think about going forward. What exactly do you mean by fairness, and is it addressing something currently in the issue statement, or does something need to be added?
One thing, Mike, I'm just gonna jump in here quickly. I think this is great discussion to have about this topic, but also, all along we've talked about the specificity of this group and sort of how specific tools and that type of things were somewhat at a finer scale than we were thinking at. And I think that landowner tags are one of those examples of something that is more specific than what we may be looking for this purpose.
Okay, thanks, Lindsay. Somebody else had something they were going to weigh in with.
Well, I think it was me, Druska. And maybe we don't want to talk about landowner tags anymore, but I guess what I was hearing was that there is a real objection out there to a landowner, if they got that special tag, to turn around and sell it to somebody. That's a big conflict. Am I understanding that correctly?
I think you are.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, that could be broadened to not specify landowners, but to kind of go back to how it was, how elk distribution was addressed in that line example. You could have something essentially saying how tags are sold and distributed, or something to the extent that it's broader than just this one particular issue.
Thank you.
Yeah, and Casey, from our perspective, I think that's a perfectly acceptable change, just to make it less specific and not in reference to a specific tool.
Okay, does anybody have anything else before we move on to the next group?
I'll bring something up that our group kind of circled around for a while, and it's related to, oh gosh, I don't know how many far down. It says maintain opportunities. And it says for hunting mature bulls, but the piece we kind of circled around was opportunity. And I think in each of our own minds, we might know what that looks like, but as we started to define that a little more, spell that out, it got complicated. So I guess to put it in a question, I just asking if there's more clarification from this group on how they may have thought about that, or if that was discussed, and even like our group walked through that in our heads too.
It was kind of a response to the struggle of trying to articulate the quality piece that was put in the issue statement, essentially. So it may be another one of those that are overly specific here, but it's kind of the flip side to maintain widespread opportunity. It's that there are segments of folks that want to maintain some kind of quality of experience, and that's a component for some folks. Some folks it's not being crowded, others it's wanting to shoot big bulls. I mean, that's the reality.
Carrie, that address your question?
Yeah, maybe. I guess where we looked at opportunity, I see it somewhere else in here too, maintain widespread opportunity. Is that, I guess, is this group thinking of that in terms of license availability or access to elk, or?
Yeah, Carrie, I think that was something we were struggling with. I mean, I think it's very similar to the word fairness, that, what is opportunity to someone that isn't opportunity to another person? And yeah, I mean, I think that was just a result of us trying to get stuff on the paper to break out, so I wouldn't look
Yeah,
too hard
I
at
hear
that.
you for sure. We kind of, I wanted to ask this group to see if you'd kind of gotten along in that discussion any further than we had, because I saw some
No,
similarities there.
I don't really think we did. We were wrestling with that word quite a bit.
Okay, thanks, folks. Anything else? Casey? Okay, looked like you were about to start to say something there. Anyone? Okay, next group. Who wants to go?
Ren and Kevin, you guys want to dive in?
Sorry, I'm on the phone here trying to deal with some engineering issues. I'll be able to listen, but I won't be able to help out here for a couple minutes. So
Yeah, we can go next if you want to put ours up, Carrie.
My internet flakes out on me once in a while here and there, so I'll see how long it lasts.
We actually had struggles for quite a period of our allotted time trying to figure out just what direction we were trying to go. So
Well, that happens only every time, so don't lose sleep over that.
Yeah, and maybe I should have started there before throwing something up on the screen. As that was the majority of our time. With the stuff that you see on papers, it's just kind of a brain dump of our group trying to wrap our heads around what these principles should look like. We went back and forth between our issue statement and the examples that were provided from the Lion objectives or Lion plan, and we weren't satisfied with what the examples look like. And I think it's generally, and Kevin, jump in here if I'm overstating this or not capturing the group well enough, but we felt like there's an opportunity to put something more substantial in our guiding principles rather than just maximize or minimize whatever the issue was and kind of resolve it that way. Yeah, I think we just wanted more gusto to it. So we walked around that conversation a lot.
I didn't hear it, Carrie. You said you wanted more what?
We wanted to be able to provide something more substantial than the example showed us.
Can you give me an example of what more substantial might look like?
Well, and I think that's what we didn't get to.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to toggle between these examples here. As an example though, when we saw something like maximize satisfaction of resident hunters, I mean, for us, and that was, I think, where we kept coming back to the why. What does that accomplish, or why are we trying to do that, and how does that fit in with our issue statement? That example of maximize satisfaction of non-resident or resident hunters was from the Lion example. So Kevin actually gave us a good suggestion just to start kind of thinking and putting stuff on paper, and we started by looking at different stakeholder, or through the lens of different stakeholders, and started with sort of the perspective of a sort of the sportsman viewpoint, and then right at the end started diving in from a landowner perspective and looking at, what does success look like from that lens, and of course in our own minds and biases at this point, but trying to keep it fairly broad.
Okay.
Also, we weren't trying to leave anybody out as far as stakeholders. This is just as far as we got. We didn't really finish even the two that we have on there.
Okay, well, that's there's some important progress made there. And one of the things is this whole thing about asking why. If you ask it enough, you'll eventually push a guiding principle up into the strategic principle. Okay. So it's like, you know, why do we want to maximize satisfaction of resident elk hunters? Okay. You keep pushing that to why, and then you get to the whole mission of FWP and its responsibility for maximizing or managing harvest and all that kind of stuff. So if you back it down to that, pretty much you get to a point where you ask why maximize satisfaction of resident elk hunters. Well, because, you know, that's just something that we want to do with an elk management plan. All right. And so that's when you stop, is when you get to the point where, you know, you keep asking why, and either you're going to push it up into a strategic objective, or it's like, well, no, for what we're looking at, it's just because it's the right thing to do. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Any other thoughts for this group? Okay. Thanks. And let's move on to the last one.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen here real quick. Okay, so we took a 30,000 foot view and we were trying to create these broad guiding principles that we could then build out points underneath. So a little bit different than some of the other groups. So we have 5 main points. I'll just read through them real quick. And these are, by the way, it should be said, these are in no particular order. Number 1, maximize satisfaction with the distribution and concentration of elk on the landscape for landowners, hunters, wildlife enthusiasts / recreationists, and outfitters. Minimize the transmission risk of diseases, specifically brucellosis and CWD. And then we kind of had a question, should we kind of line item out all the possible diseases, because there are a lot of diseases that we need to be concerned about. So that was a question we had. Number 3, maximize collaborative management opportunities between FWP and stakeholders. Number 4, maintain non-resident elk hunting opportunities. Number 5, maximize the satisfaction of resident elk hunters. So a lot of the other principles that folks dove into, I feel like could be bulleted out underneath here. And so I feel like this was a pretty good starting point. We also spent a lot of time kind of really making sure that we had the wording right, because we wanted to make sure that we weren't using wording that could be marginalizing or that was incorrect. Which leads me to this little help section down here. And I think one of the other groups, might have been group number 1 or 2, actually worded the best available peer-reviewed science. They worded that well, so that may have already been addressed. And then one thing we talked about was, how do we talk about the budget in a way that it can fit into these guiding principles? And correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but in terms of the budget, we were thinking, how do we make the budget and a well-funded department part of these guiding principles? So if anybody wants to add anything to what I just said, go for it.
I think you covered what we were talking about. Had we had a few more minutes, we would have dove into what we fully meant by the budget as a group.
So a couple of mechanical things. You asked the question, do you need to list all possible diseases? Probably not, but for the ones that are real major concerns, for the elk population. You ask, is there one way to minimize all diseases or those major ones? Or are there different ways of doing, like to manage CWD, you have to do this. To manage brucellosis, you have to do this. Okay, so if those differences are really important, then you would want to list them out. As far as the budget goes, and I can't remember, I don't think I talked about this with the whole group, but I did talk with somebody, so forgive the repetition. But, you know, staying within budget or minimizing costs, that's how I typically see this portrayed. It's just, you know, minimize the costs of doing all this. And what that does is it puts a constraint so that, you know, it doesn't appear that, you know, we're asking for the moon, go find the money, right? That doesn't mean that, I mean, if you put minimized costs in there and it's like, wow, it's still over budget. All right, well, that may become a challenge to FWP to go out and find a way to increase its budget by talking to whomever, okay? But it's important to have these real world constraints so that it, you know, it doesn't appear that the elk management plan is shooting for the moon when that's just not reality. Other folks, what do you think?
I like that you guys included the maximize the satisfaction with the distribution. I think that was something, you know, that we struggled with, and even go back to Dreska's comment about, you know, different groups have different opinions of what that distribution might be.
Anything else?
Forgive me if it's sort of been discussed, but is number 5 sort of a restatement of number 1?
That's really funny that you asked that, Dan. We talked about that as well. So if someone wants to jump in after I give my little spiel on it, please do. But we could have, in my mind, we could have a satisfactory distribution, but that doesn't necessarily address the hunting side of it. I think we're talking, in my mind, we're talking about two different things. There's the hunting opportunity, the hunting practice, the hunting experience, versus the biological, we have elk distributed in an acceptable way across the landscape. Maybe I'm overthinking it too much, but to me, it's two different things.
Yeah, I think Marcus and I disagreed, or we didn't really disagree. We just had different views on that. And I sort of thought if we had number 1 up there the way it was, that we didn't need number 5, but then we chose to leave it in, hoping for some input for the larger group.
I was also in the group, and we had number 5 starting out with number 1 and didn't want to appear that that was our main priority. Once we hashed out A, B, C, and D, we decided to leave it on there. And in my opinion, you can maximize satisfaction and distribution of elk on the landscape. But if you don't have ample opportunity at a permit or a license, then resident elk hunter satisfaction isn't going to be maximized. I know there's a balance, but that's why we, in my opinion, that's why we left it on there, or that's what made sense to me.
Yeah, maybe we just need to word that one differently. Maybe we need to word it the same as number 4, which would incorporate your opportunity mark.
Okay.
We just have a broad statement there, maximize satisfaction of resident elk hunters. maybe somehow we need to incorporate the word opportunity into that sentence.
Sure, maximize opportunity for resident elk hunters.
Yeah, resident elk hunting opportunity or something like that.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah. I'd be okay with that.
But is there widespread issue in the group about what opportunity means? I was getting that wasn't an easy thing to define in some of the other groups when they used opportunity.
The context that I've been understanding opportunity to mean as far as this purposes of this whole exercise is the ability to buy a license and go hunt. You know, that's kind of the way I've been heard it portrayed throughout this whole exercise.
So is that
The opportunity is of getting a shot at an elk.
I think it's a pretty gray area, but the black and white components of it are, if you have a license, you have a chance at opportunity. If you don't have a license, there is no chance for opportunity.
That's right. That's the way I see it.
In this case, that would be availability of permits or availability of a license rather than maybe just opportunity.
I'm getting a feeling that this discussion of opportunity is really important. And that's another one of those things that we want to try and minimize. And everything we're doing here is ambiguous terminology that can mean different things to different people. And so, you know, I've heard two different things that are pretty doggone different. One is an opportunity equals, you know, your ability to purchase a license. The other is, you know, the ability to get an elk in your crosshairs. The group should decide whether either one of those are correct or both of them need to somehow be included in what you're doing. And so something for further discussion.
Agreed.
Agreed. Define opportunities, what we need to do.
Yep. And if both definitions I've heard here or others are correct, then this document just needs to reflect that, both in the issue statement and the guiding principles.
Okay.
Anything else for this group? Okay. What I'd like to do at this point is let's take a 10-minute break. So get together again at 2:40. But could you please send your different group statements to Sarah? So email them to her and she will compile them into a single document and send that document to all of you for the next step. Sound good?
Yep.
Okay. See you at 2:40.
I might have actually captured all those sufficiently that you don't need to send them. I was typing as we were going, so I'll send that out right now.
So never mind.
Are there,
Kevin, how's the lion population where you're at?
was that for me? I didn't hear the first part, who you were addressing.
Yeah, you. I was asking you how the lion population's doing where you are.
I don't know that there's been any significant change. We don't see a lot of lions up at our ranch, but, and I don't really have any data to support one way or the other how they're doing down in the breaks. I think they're just kind of stable would be my guess. I don't think there's a ton of them around, to be honest, but I guess I don't know that.
Hey, Mark, did you ever see that study that Randy Matchett did on that South Phillips on a few of those collared lions in the breaks?
Was it recent? No, I don't. Was he from Missoula area?
No, Randy's kind of the prairie dog guy on the CMR, but he had a bunch of collared, 3 or 4 collared right. I guess it'd be east of Fred Robinson, north side of the breaks, and then a couple of the young ones crossed the lake, kind of hung out east of Hell Creek, bounced around over there, and before they ended up going all the way over to North Dakota, north of Medora.
No, I didn't see the study. If this was 3 years ago, I was pretty good friends with the biologist that helped the hound guy collar a few of them, and then responded to a mortality signal of a lion trying to kill a bull elk and ultimately dying in the process. It was
Really?
pretty neat.
Yeah, I'll try to get that link for you. I'll send it over. They also, I think in that one of those studies, they had a mortality signal on a young one that tried to swim in the lake and drowned, and they figured it was during one of a pretty bad thunderstorm that came up, and then he ended up washing up on Haxby Point up here by me.
Hey, Mark, how big was that lion behind you?
Guess.
135?
About 84. 83, 84. It was a female, the first one I shot. I don't doubt that there's some huge lions running around, but I think most of them are over exaggerated on size. Biggest one I've ever been a part of weighed 153 pounds.
Was that around you, Mark, or where was that guy at?
Yeah, this was around here. This was in the Judiths, and that big one was in the South Moccasins, just north of Lewistown.
We see quite a few tracks around Castle Mountain there at White Sulphur. About any time it snows, if you're out horseback, you can find a lion track if you make a big enough circle.
Yeah, I agree. I think the population's pretty robust right now.
For years, I always fed hay up there at Sheep Creek with a team up there, so there was no sound, and almost every weekend you could hear the lion dogs somewhere up there running lions just north of us.
Yeah, Sheep Creek, is that over towards that Titina copper mine?
Yeah, we're right there. The main part of the drilling's been on two sides of us there. It's been to the west and to the south of us.
Yeah, Sheep
Right
Creek and
across
then
the
Moose,
fence.
Moose Creek too, right?
Yeah, we run over on Moose Creek. I don't know how far the drilling got over there. There's no, let's see, I don't think it's on Moose Creek because there's not any private land up there, but Moose
No.
Creek's right there. It's a tributary of Sheep Creek.
I think horizontally that it's only a quarter mile north of where the entrance is going to be for the mine.
Yeah, it'd be more than that, but it's not too far.
Horizontally?
Yeah, it'd be a little more than that, but it's not very far.
I work for Fergus Electric. That's part of our service area.
Yeah, it would be. Yeah. Yeah, I think we have that Sheep Creek place of ours up there is on Fergus Electric.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I got a question for you guys. If landowner or sportsman perception is they don't want landowners to be able to sell or have a tag or sell their landowner preference tag, if that tag was related to access and they were open pretty much to unlimited hunting, would that change the perception?
I think back up. If you make that into two questions, the latter part of it's going to be yes. I don't know that sportsmen in general are 100% against a landowner having a tag. I think the fear is without proper wording, a tag is going to turn into multiple tags. And that's where people are nervous. I've talked to a lot of people in the last 2 weeks, and it seems like a landowner that's got X amount of acres that's providing habitat for elk all year, doing something to participate in the process of reaching objectives. I don't think there's a lot of a lot of opposition for that landowner getting a tag or a permit. The fear is all of a sudden these guys come in, buy however many acres they can afford and have 50 tags or permits. You can have a license, a tag. Anybody can go buy a license. I think the scare is the permit. And if those would come out of the permit for the area, there's just a lot of unknown.
I think another context to that would be from what my perspective or the people I've worked for, and I worked for those kind of landowners for 40 some years. The landowner tag perspective that some of those type of people take is an alternative to leasing to an outfitter, where it just takes the outfitter out of the picture. We never did outfitting on Castle Mountain, but then it's always something that comes up, and it's quite common in the area that surrounds us. So I think that's just a different perspective.
Yeah, and another concern I found in the last couple of days, and we visited about it the first meeting or on December 2nd, I think, when somebody asked if non-resident landowner preference were in the same applicant pool as non-residents. And I believe the answer was they're allowed up to 10%. And if those 10% are drawn, prior to that non-resident landowner being drawn, they don't stand a chance, or that there aren't any tags left for them to draw. I'm not a non-resident, obviously, but I do sympathize with a non-resident landowner who still has to pay state property tax, is in the same pool per se as your regular non-resident. If they hold back 15% for resident landowners, there should be a slight percentage of the non-resident available tags reserved for non-resident landowners. And I think that would avoid the issue. There would be plenty for them, and the non-resident pool would still be at no more than 10%.
I think too, another concern for Montanans is Montana becoming similar in the way that elk are managed to like Utah. So I've hunted elk in Utah before, and in talking to the guys down there, their landowner tag program allocates somewhere between 30 and 40% of their tags to landowners to use how they want, to sell, to give away, whatever. And so when I was doing the research and I was talking to the local folks, they were saying that it was really good to be able to hunt a bull elk once every 6 years, versus here in Montana, you can hunt a bull elk every year you want. And so for them, you know, their perception of what opportunity was is significantly different than what ours is. And so I think Montanans have a concern that we could head that way if you start compensating with tags, you know. So, you know, at least when I talk to hunters here in Montana, that's what they're concerned about, is that Montana's opportunity could go the way that these other states have gone.
Yeah,
So,
and
I'm actually enjoying this discussion, but I need to make sure that it's on track with what we're doing with the guiding principles, because it's time for us to get rolling again. If it is, I would encourage the discussion to continue into the breakout groups we're about to do. But one thing I'd like to do, like we did with a draft of an issue statement, you've all got copies of the different groups' issue statements. Is there one that you would like to build on going forward? I'm not saying ratify or what have you, but which one looks like the one that you would like to use as a foundation for further work?
we want to use whichever one you think is an easier format to read.
Oh, I get to make the decision? I love that.
Well, just because you're more experienced than we are.
Oh, that was a kind way to put it.
I like the simple one personally, bullet points addressing everything in our issue statement.
I like that. Excuse me. Woo, I like that one as well. I think we can really work with a lot of the content that they have there.
So group one or group two, they've both got bullet points. Which one are you talking about?
Justin, what was your group?
We were group two. We had the significant amount of bullet points.
Is that the one you guys want to work with? I mean, I'm pretty comfortable with that one.
Works for me.
Okay.
Works for me.
All right. So what I'd like to do is go ahead and break out into groups, and a couple things I'd like you to do. Look at those guiding principles from group two and see if you can find things in the other groups that should be put in there, and phrase them in the same kind of simple, straightforward language. Somebody had the idea of breaking it up, you know, into bite-sized chunks, different, you know, groups of a common theme, and then bullet points underneath that. Totally cool. And very, very important, I'd like everybody to, once you feel like you've got a pretty decent set of guiding principles, go back and look at the issue statement, and then look at your principles and look at the issue statement and see how much they directly connect. Okay, if there's something in the guiding principles that isn't in the issue statement, is it because that principle is not important, or we need to modify the issue statement? Okay, or if there's something that isn't in your guiding principles that's in the issue statement, what do you need to add to your guiding principles, or do we need to take it out of the issue statement? Okay, the point there is that everything should match. Any questions on that? Okay, let's shoot for 45 minutes again. And here we go. Oh, Lindsay, do you want people in your room to pop back out to the main room again?
Yeah, but I will, because I have to switch room. So once I get settled in my group number 1, then I'll tell them to switch over. But yeah, we'll come back to the main room again.
Okie doke. Okay, here we go. Let's see what happens.
Okay, I think everybody's back on here, and just so you are aware, this will be the one that's streamed live as you guys discuss.
All right, should I go ahead and share my screen again? Let's see.
You hear me now?
Yep.
Oh, good. I couldn't unmute for some reason.
All right, can you guys see my screen?
Yeah.
Is it just you and me then, Everett? That are, oh, and Dan. See him.
I don't see Dan.
Yeah, I don't have my video on, but I'm here. There you go.
Awesome. Okay. So hopefully you guys can see my screen, right? Okay. Yep. So we're supposed to work off the group 2 ones, correct?
Yeah, let me just close my window shade. Oh, froze up.
All right. Do we want to just go through these one by one then?
Sure.
I suppose. Start at the top. Okay. Maximize collaboration with stakeholders.
Are these too simple?
I mean, I guess it depends. It seems most of the group didn't seem to think so. And we can make them, we can adjust them.
Can you scroll up just a little bit to
Yeah.
our?
So I kind of wasn't paying attention when he gave us our last directions. What are we supposed to do here with these group 1 and group 2?
Well, we're supposed to take group 2 and then refine group 2.
Okay. When he was talking about something matching, what was he talking about there?
Oh, so that anything that's in our issue statement as a conflict, I would assume that there is direct back and forth between the two.
Yep.
Okay, you can scroll back up, Bill. Thanks.
Yep.
You know, I'm going to go back to that maintain fairness in any use of landowner tag.
Yeah. Maybe I'll just do
Like a highlight or something.
I was wondering if I can do track changes.
I see that as being problematic. Who's going to define fairness and how are you going to evaluate that?
Yeah.
And, you know, when you start to talk about things that are legislatively controlled, there's not a lot you can do but just acknowledge it.
So should we just delete that bullet? Altogether, or?
Well, I'm
There-
just looking at, if you guys look at like, if you go to number, let's see here, 1, 2, 3, 4. We go down 7 bullet points. We talk about maximizing partnerships with private landowners. How does that interact with, where was that? The fair distribution or maintain the fairness of the landowner tag system or the present landowner?
Well, it's included, right?
Yeah, it is, I would think. So I wonder if we should try first by grouping these into like, so when you think about maximizing collaboration with stakeholders, then we think, okay, so that would go to elk objectives, how they're set, minimizing or so like maybe the bullet, the top, it would actually be like maximize collaboration with stakeholders. And then underneath that,
Oh, you're saying that's like a, okay.
and then we'd start to like put the different types, the parts of the elk plan that will be dependent upon maximal collaboration with stakeholders to be effective.
Okay. So something like that.
Yep. It looks like my teenage son and my wife are having an argument. I'm gonna go and put this on. Well, I'm gonna order my crops from the UK. Amazon UK. That's what you're saying.
Let's see. Can you guys hear me okay? I can put my headphones back on.
No, I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's this is maybe we need to break this up into smaller chunks. I think he did. I mean, he did mention trying to put it into groups. I think right at the end there, didn't he? Ever? Did you catch that?
Yeah, I'm not sure what he was talking about there.
Okay.
I think what he was really wanting to make sure is that if we've got a number one on the issue statement, we've got something that addresses number one on the other side. And if we've got
Sure.
something on the other side that doesn't correlate to the issue statement, we either ditch it or we rewrite or we add it
Okay.
to the issue statement.
That was weird. Okay. Okay. So what would tie to disagreement about population objectives and how they are set and implemented then? So
Exactly what you got right there. That first 1, 2, 3, 4,
Okay.
5.
This one and
Yeah.
that's a
No.
different one.
So seek robust would probably go with number 2. Conflicts and concentration, distribution behavior. So
Okay.
you have another section.
I'm gonna turn that off. That's really annoying. Good grief. Stop tracking. Okay. So would this be a separate?
Yep.
So
that would be number 2 under the issue statement. The next.
Okay. So let's do this. So like right there, like that. Seek robust distribution of elk on public lands. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, and then this one, would all three of these basically be equal?
I would
Or do we
think
want to
so.
do, what's that?
Under elk objectives, I would think so.
Under number 1.
Is that what you were thinking earlier, Dan?
Oops.
You're muted, buddy.
Good grief. Dan, we can't hear you if you're talking.
Dan, you're still muted, buddy. Is the fight still going on? We just don't want to hear it. I say let him get the Crocs. I don't know what he wanted, but I'm gonna try and read your lips, Dan, but we can't hear you at all, man.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, so I just was wondering if maximizing, if you look about maximizing public input, isn't maximizing transparency kind of the same thing? Because if you maximize public input, that includes, or maybe, that includes transparency and how they're set. Yep.
Oh, are you just saying it should be one? Sorry, it should just be one bullet.
I think it's 6-1, but I think it's kind of, my sense is that if you're maximizing public collaboration with stakeholders on objectives, you're maximizing transparency, but transparency is super important because nobody really has much faith, it seems, in how do we set the elk objectives, because it's, it comes down to a value judgment at some point. So it's kind of it's sometimes perceived as arbitrary.
So this one does, oh, go ahead. This one doesn't have maximize, minimize, or maintain in it. Do we need to fix that? Maximize robust distribution.
To minimize disease and crop degradation on private land. I don't know, because it seems like that's sort of where I always saw the rub.
Well, but it's also hunters too, right?
Right, for sure.
That want to see more elk on.
Definitely true. I hadn't thought of it like that. You're right.
I don't know how to spell that. We could just do it a separate bullet point. I mean, maximize. Could we just say elk distribution on the landscape?
Sure.
Across all land ownership?
Yeah, and say in an effort to minimize conflict between landowners, or just minimize conflict. And then that deals with hunters and it also deals with landowners.
Oh. Minimize.
Well, just if you maximize elk distribution on the landscape across all land ownership in an effort to minimize conflict.
Okay.
And you could say with agriculture production and amongst hunters.
So like this first bullet, I think he was trying to tell us that this should be two separate bullets.
And it kind of is for sure, because if you think about like Druska Kinky, where she is, they're under objective. So they don't have issues with their hay getting eaten per se, but they sure have issues with temporal and spatial combination of elk and cows, like livestock.
Yeah, so minimize disease spread or like minimize. Do we want to get as specific as like minimize elk herd disease spread to livestock?
To livestock and amongst wildlife, because the other issue is when you get too many elk in one place, even if they're on public lands like they are, say in Wyoming, on those feed grounds, you can create a situation where even if they're not getting cattle sick, they're getting each other sick.
Yeah.
Yep.
What if I just take out that with that to minimize conflict with agriculture? And
Can I just say, I mean, I'm not trying to be just negative or critical, but I feel like these things are all almost like they should be going unsaid. Like, you should just be doing this. I'm trying to think through everything here where we give something that is helpful, but I almost feel like we're saying there should be elk. And we have to tell FVP there should be elk. Am I just getting zoomed out here, or am I overthinking?
I don't know, honestly. Just
like when I look at that very first one, again, and I'm not trying to blow everything up. I'm just really trying to, I want to be as helpful as possible in the process, but do I really need to tell them maximize collaboration with stakeholders? Or is that something that, gosh darn, should just be done?
I think you're right. I think you remember when we were, our last breakout group, when we dealt with maximize collaboration with stakeholders, we had a pretty good phrase in there. I can't remember what it was, but
I did like it. Yeah, go ahead.
It dealt with both the formulation of the elk plan, but it also dealt with the implementation of the elk plan. And maybe that was another part of the conversation.
And see, I feel like that statement is much more helpful than just saying maximize collaboration with stakeholders.
I agree.
And that's why I'm wondering, this list that we're dealing with, is this really just, I feel like it's too simplified and it's not nuanced enough for it to be helpful.
Yeah, I think their goal is that the more we reduce it, the less likely we are to have disagreement. Or if you reduce it to such simple terms, that to the extent there is disagreement, it becomes evident we address it amongst ourselves and get it resolved if we can. But I see
Here's
Mike.
Mike.
Is that
Yeah.
accurate?
Set it straight, Mike.
Oh, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do that, but Everett, when you say something should be more nuanced, can you give me an example?
Yeah, so if you're looking at our screen here, group 1 on the right-hand side of the screen, that very first bullet point talks about the same thing that group 2's number 1 first bullet point talks about, but it's more explicit. And I think the directive that it gives is more helpful than just saying maximize collaboration.
Oh, I don't have any problem with that at all. I could see what you're saying, that, you don't want to just maximize collaboration. You want to maximize collaboration when it comes to formulating and implementing the elk management plan. Now, since these are guiding principles for formulating and maybe not implementing the plan, do you need to say that? And if you do, then say it. I don't think there's anything wrong with it.
Should we be leaning more towards a simplified guiding principle?
I don't know if I follow you.
Well, I guess I'm hearing what you're saying. If we're talking about the elk management plan already, do we need to be redundant there in saying, talk about the elk management plan in that first bullet point? So I guess we're just streamlining some things there.
I think it's up to you. I mean, this is all about clarity. And if you think, putting some additional verbiage in there helps keep things clear, then, who cares if somebody thinks, like your facilitator, that it could be simpler. The big thing is that in providing clarity, you don't start wandering into means objectives. Okay. So I think what you're talking about is fine.
So do we want to replace their bullet with our bullet? This one up here? Sarah didn't quite capture what we had, but she got close.
She can't be trusted, by the way, just saying.
Whatever.
Yeah, Joe, I like copy and pasting there.
Okay.
I mean, I don't want to be, I'm not trying to be pedantic. I'm just really, I want something to be helpful, and I'm not sure that just saying maximize collaboration is helpful enough, because I'm assuming they're going to try to do that.
You're not being pedantic at all, Everett. This is just part of the discussion that needs to happen. And so, I would definitely err on the side of clarity and detail. We can always peel it back. It's a little harder to add to it. So by all means, make it clear to you. And then if it's not clear to other people, we can work that out.
Okay. Well, shoot, we start talking about budget constraints, and I want to say something like maximize your budget. I don't feel like that's real helpful.
Right. Yeah. Okay, so there's ours compared to group 2. So maximize transparency in how elk objectives are set. Still looking at number 1 here. I think that one's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, so minimize disease spread to livestock and among wildlife. Wildlife, species. Right? Minimize crop.
I'm okay with that. Go ahead.
Minimize crop depredation. Crop, should we just change that to damage or crop? I guess depredation is fine. Maximize elk distribution on the landscape across all land ownership to minimize conflict with agriculture and amongst hunters. Minimize conflict with agriculture and hunters. We say that.
Yeah, that was Dan's wording. Was there something there? You're on mute, Dan. Still on mute. You're giving me the sign to steal first. You're on the phone.
Gotcha.
You want me to
call?
I think he's gonna try and call in. He should have the number.
You're ordering pizza.
Give me Hawaiian, please.
Well, Joel, we'll roll on here with number 2.
Okay. Minimize. I mean, this a little redundant here. We've got agriculture, crop depredation, and ag production.
Yeah, we could probably just delete that one that you've got highlighted there, that whole line.
Okay.
I really like maintain hunting as a primary tool for elk population management. I really like that. I would hate to lose that. But how we define hunting was problematic earlier today, and I'm not sure why.
Yeah, what culling versus hunting.
Yeah. And then how we define public hunting, I think needs to, I don't know, gosh, what is and what is not public hunting. I know some landowners that they've had issue with that because they allow public hunting, but it's who determines who gets on that place is not by the landowner, it's by FWP. And so I can see both sides of why on that though. I don't know how you figure that out, Joel. That might be a means thing later on.
Yeah. Maximize partnerships with private landowners. Yeah, I think that's.
I'm good with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, the next one, fair chase, I would switch maintain to maximize because I'm not sure we can say that we're doing the best that we can in that area.
Maintain a sustainable outfitting industry. Wonder if that's, I don't know. Is that outside of the scope of FWP? I mean, because outfitting is kind of its own thing. I don't know if
Shaking his head up and down.
What's that? Oh, Dan.
Dan's saying yes.
Dan, I wonder if I'm just trying to think how we can get your audio if we can.
He's getting there. He's calling.
Okay.
I think we can delete that one. I think, you start to talk about commerce there and that isn't our scope. And I think that they are an included stakeholder when you talk about number 1 at the very top there.
Sure.
So
okay. Does that sound good, Dan? Okay. We'll just ask Dan yes or no questions. All right. Facilitate cooperation between landowners on elk management. Cooperation between landowners.
yeah, I feel like we covered that one, don't we? Maybe not.
I guess that would maybe be part of this. But maybe I think this was this getting at more like different landowners having different objectives with elk management, or not necessarily concerned about their neighbors when they're managing elk. Maybe that was.
I don't recall. If I go back over here to our issue statement,
Oh, this one would actually go under number 3.
Yeah.
That's cool. Those are all disease. Okay.
The top one of your second page there. I think that starts number 3. You can just drop it down into there.
Okay. Oh yeah, for sure. Oops. Okay, close enough.
How much more time do we have?
I think till 3. I think we have till 3:30. I think we
Okay.
started at 2:45, I think. Isn't there a timer? Someone was saying there was a timer on our.
Yeah, but we're not in an actual breakout room. We're in the main room.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Okay. All right. So these are all conflicts and concentration, distribution and behaviors out. Coordination between predator and elk management plans. Okay. And then this facilitate one, I wonder if Mike would prefer to see that as maximize or maintain or minimize. Probably,
It'd be maximized if it was anything, I think.
yeah.
Well, we got 2 Dans now. But we can't hear Dan at all.
Now you can.
There we
Okay.
go. Nice.
Took me 30 minutes to do what should have taken me 5 minutes, but oh well, I apologize.
What do you think of, you got any comments so far, Dan, on what we got?
No, I like what you guys are doing.
Okay, number 3 here. I think there's 4 bullet points, 3, 1, 2, 3 bullet points underneath that one before you start into number 4. Can you, real quick, Joel, can you just skip down and do a number 5?
Yeah. Down here at the bottom.
Yep. And then can you scroll back up to our document? And can we coming up from the bottom, skip that last one.
This one?
Do that one. And then the one above it. And then the one above it.
Under number 5?
Yeah, and copy paste those into number 5.
All right. Whoops.
And then we can go to number 4. I just wanted to make sure we got those in before time was out.
Okay. I like it. Okay. All right, maintain widespread opportunities to hunt elk. Widespread opportunities to hunt. Season length and structure. Widespread opportunities to hunt isn't really an issue.
Some people see it as that there's limited access or opportunity.
I wonder, so would this have to, should this be limited opportunities to hunt? Or like what's, I guess, what's the issue? I mean, it doesn't really matter unless we want to come back to the issue statement later, but.
Yeah, I think for the sake of time, I'm not too concerned about that. In fact, I'm not too concerned about 4 at this moment. I like number 6 down here, hunter behavior. And I don't know if there's something that we can do there to help guide or direct FWP to work with NGOs that currently work on those issues, cooperate with them, something like that. I know within each region, there's been attempts to do something about ethics and hunting behavior, but maybe if there was something that was more from the top down, That might be helpful. More concerted effort.
To have maximize concerted effort to I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud here.
Yeah, I'm listening.
To improve outreach, to improve.
How about yeah, keep going. I
was just gonna say hunter ethics or
hunter landowner relations, dynamics. Works either way. And then maximize cooperation with NGOs that deal with this kind of thing. I don't know how you say that the right way.
Dan, are you still? Do we still got you? We can't hear you.
Yes, you do.
Okay, awesome.
And any thoughts on any of this?
Just thinking back on what the, what Druska was talking about as it relates to, kitchen table and just trying, I know that in my experience, as much specificity as we can, you don't want tons of specificity, but they will feel better when there is an opportunity. And I think you balance it and say, kitchen table conversations as well as groups like that. So there's scale with the stakeholders.
So what if it like maximize local grassroots control?
I don't know that you want to say control because that gives up some of FWP's authority, but
input.
Yep.
I guess that's probably one word.
Yeah, I think it's grassroots, baby. I don't know if it's grassroots or grassroot, to be honest.
Grassroots input. I don't know either. We'll let somebody else worry about it.
I think it'll probably get cleaned up anyway.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. What about number 6? Maximize cooperation with NGOs. Are you thinking like that Master Hunter program, or what?
Yeah, it's really self-serving for me to say that, but yeah, I'm thinking that, and I'm thinking of other things as well. There's plenty of programs out there. Yeah, I work for them.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Yep.
Is that you work for One Montana, or who is that?
Yeah, One Montana.
Okay, gotcha.
But I think that there are so many different groups out there and programs that deal with hunter behavior, and I see hunter behavior becoming more and more problematic, and it's much more visual. So if we can do something to help, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. FWP doesn't need to reinvent the wheel if we can just work with some of those groups.
Yeah, and the thing to remember about hunter behavior is it only takes, we hear to
Did you finish your thought, Dan?
It only takes what, Dan?
Oh, no, I'm just looking at number 6. And I think what you guys have there is, it only takes one hunter to ruin it for everybody. And so,
yep.
almost in some respects, we hold hunters to an impossible standard. But you know, that's just the world we live in.
Yeah, it is. It is.
None of us should be held responsible for, you know, some jackwagon who does something stupid, but inevitably it affects our opportunity.
I wonder if this one needs to go under number 6 too, then, or if we can dump it. Encourage responsible hunter behavior.
Yeah, we can leave it.
Should we change it to like maximize or just leave it as encourage?
I would just leave it as encourage at this point.
I think encourage is better. You don't want to be too heavy-handed.
True.
We're maximizing a lot already, so.
Yeah, we are.
We are. We should come up with another adjective or verb.
Is there a thesaurus in here?
Oh man.
Exploit.
Exploits.
That's even better.
Oh man. I hope Mike's not listening right now because he's gonna come in here and tell us to get focused or something.
All right. Let's go through number 4 real quick then, unless you guys have anything else on number 6. Maintain widespread opportunity to hunt elk. Minimize impacts of crowding on hunter experience.
So the fourth one there, minimize stress on elk from long seasons.
Yeah.
I think we're getting into means and we're getting too specific there for that one to be in the guiding principles.
Minimize stress on elk. Okay.
Well, do you think that? How would you differentiate? Would you put that under fair chase?
Or
not. I mean, because I guess it's not technology, but
I mean, really, I see that one as speaking to a method or a tool that FWP has instead of just a guiding principle of that's much more broad.
So what if just delete the whole thing?
So, you know, hey guys, could I just say one thing to think about is,
yeah.
Excuse me. When you think about the minimizing the stress of long elk seasons, one of the issues we saw a lot was that, and the department's been good about never having hunts with Montana hunters after February 15th. And there's a big push to continue that hunting. So I wonder if we want to, and that really isn't, there's no statute, there's no regulation. It's just a policy. So I just wonder if we want to, I would keep that in there because
I lost that last part, Dan. You'd keep it in there. Why?
I just think that there's a push and there are people that think we just need to keep hunting until we get the numbers down. So theoretically hunting in March session when it came to disease management with brucellosis, but I think you want to be careful if we ever get to the point where they're doing it just to bring populations down. So I would keep that in there, actually. I mean, I know that it's very detailed, but I think it's important, or how we make it so we don't expand past Feb 15, I don't know.
Yeah, and I look at that and I think how that gets interpreted. I guess I can just see it going two different ways.
Well, and you know what? I mean, I guess when you think about it, when we tell FWP to manage elk on behalf in trust for Montanans, it kind of includes, that's sort of implicit, right? That we try to minimize the stress on the elk while still maximizing our our management objectives.
Well, and I mean, I see this from both sides, and I just don't see that statement as it is as being helpful. Well, we lost Dan. because when we, you know, when you look at elk numbers and how they continue to increase in certain places, I mean, what's the effect that stress is having on them at that point? It's not hurting populations. But I also understand the other side. What they're trying to say there is, yeah, we don't want to have elk hunting 365 out of the year. So how do we get to a place where we can talk about that? I don't know if point does that.
What if we just said minimize stress on elk populations? But I guess that doesn't really get to the issue though either.
Well, then if you said that, then you should say, well, let's not do hunting because
Right.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
I take your point. I think you're right, Everett. I withdraw what I said. So go ahead and that's fine.
Take it out. Okay.
Yeah, and Dan, not to like belabor it. I wonder how we can find a common ground there where we have the flexibility in a tool, but yet we're also balancing the welfare of the species.
Yeah.
Minimize impacts of crowding on hunter experience. It's just, I feel like that's, I mean, I get what they're saying. I feel like it needs to be tweaked a little bit, but let's not mess with it unless you guys want to. Maintain opportunities for hunting mature bulls. I think that's fine.
Yep.
Yeah. I think we're getting back, aren't we? Are we not?
What's that?
Never mind. We're good. I thought we had people coming in, but.
Maintain fair chase principles and management of hunting technology.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that's real important to keep.
Yeah. You think it's in the right group?
Oh, good question. Would it go under number 6, maybe?
Yeah, it would drop to number 6. Yep, good call, Dan.
What about maintain fairness in any use of landowner tags?
Yeah, we're back to that one.
That's a tough one. Let's skip it for now.
You guys, I honestly think I would almost take that out.
Yeah, I just, like I said earlier, I just don't know how to really address it.
Yeah. I guess. Okay, should we just take it out? Everett, what do you think?
And I would just delete that one.
Just delete it?
Yep.
Okay. Maintain public trust management of elk.
You could just say, if you look at the one, and if we just decided, if we want to keep in, that one we just took out, if you wanted to just say maintain FWP's role or FWP's management role in the public, or however, just put FWP in that, and that would address landowner tags without specifically saying landowner tags.
So how would you word that, Dan? Maintain FWP's role.
To maintain FWP's primary role, manage and public trust management of elk. So just put primary role.
You're talking about the next bullet then?
In the public trust management of elk. Yeah, I was just saying that we could address the landowner tags by just including FWP's role as being primary, because if FWP's role is primary, theoretically the tags would stay with FWP. But
okay.
Welcome back, folks. Does anybody feel like 45 minutes was too much time? Not enough time? Okay, what I'd like to do now is go through sort of the same process you've all kind of been working tweaking on the same foundation. So let's go through the groups and let's talk about what you added or subtracted and the connection, how well you found the guiding principles to be connected to the issue statement. So who would like to go first?
We can go if Marcus puts the screen up. Or do you need a screen?
Yeah, let's throw it up there. It's good to see things in writing.
Okay. Give me a second here.
We didn't get to the point to see if it matched our issue statement. We were still hammering out everything we wanted to carry forward. And we went through all 4 groups, found the most important things to bring to the format that we chose, and then started deleting things that were redundant, and then started to refine the things that we chose to move forward with. And our next plan was to match those up with the issue statement. You just didn't give us enough time again.
I don't know. Allie thought I gave you too much time, so I'm going to let you guys sort that out.
I'll also add, these are once again in no particular order. We just kind of were cutting and pasting and taking things as they came along.
Yeah, I think it's useful to number them now because it's easy for us to refer to. But when you put these into, your final recommendations, you'll probably want to bullet them so you aren't creating the impression of priorities.
Correct. Marcus, do you want to move up the peer-reviewed science one that we worked on? I think it's still down below.
I do.
And the fiscal responsibility one?
Yep. Give me 1 second.
Thank you.
Yeah. Good catch. All right. Mike, how do you want us to go through this?
Let's open it up to other folks. So we should see a lot of overlap, obviously, as we're looking at these, but let's focus on places where what you were doing might be different. And
we did want to catch the majority with our first one, just because you're always going to read one of them first. And I feel that if it's one of the more broad statements, it's a better way to start than something that's direct.
That's totally your call.
Do you guys want to try to make number 2 and number 3 the same? So it'd be minimize the transmission and prevalence of brucellosis, or do you just, was there a reason you didn't include prevalence in that number 3?
The reason why we didn't was because in brucellosis, the brucellosis, or in elk, brucellosis is self-sustaining, and nobody's really very concerned about the prevalence other than as a transmission risk. So, there are tools out there to do anything with the prevalence, like with CWD, they have special hunts and stuff. Nobody's doing that for brucellosis necessarily. It's more reducing the transmission risk of brucellosis.
Makes sense.
So I've got a question. What is intended by fiscal responsibility?
We felt
It
that
went-
was,
Yeah.
go ahead.
No, I was just gonna laugh and say, because it went with maximize.
Because we didn't want to say minimize spending.
Yeah.
Well, but that's what fiscal responsibility is, right? To get as big a bang for the buck as you can.
Yeah, I think it was our way of tasking the department with being within budget, but not tying their hands. Which I know sounds impossible.
No, I don't think, I think it's a very real thing. If you say, stay within budget, then you're hamstringing the possibility that budgets can change because, your guiding principles might require. But when it comes to fiscal responsibility, I always look at that as a trade-off. You want to accomplish these really good things, spending as little money as you can. And so you've got a list of a lot of really good things. So all you need now is an objective of spending as little money as you can. And so that would just, you could just say minimize costs. And that doesn't hamstring or tie the hands of FWP or anybody in determining what those costs are and which are acceptable and which aren't.
That doesn't take into account any prioritization of the different projects, though. One project might be a really good project, but it's also really expensive. But you just
That's a good point. I wonder, it feels to me a little bit like this might be kind of the budget is approved by the legislature and House Bill 2 or what have you. I just wonder if we need to put that in there since it's kind of, we're at the mercy, the department's always at the mercy of the legislature as to its budget and what quote unquote fiscal responsibility actually is or means to different people.
Well, so this is a good question from my point of view for you, Dan, that, if FWP came up with this really cool initiative and went to a legislator and said, we really could use this, and convinced the legislator that, we need to give you more money for that. And then it went through the legislative process. Is that a possibility?
Well, I think perhaps, I always prefer the word allocate since, it's basically the licensed dollars that provide the funding and then the department figures out how it's going to allocate it. And then ultimately the legislature approves its proposed allocation, right? So I don't know how, honestly, I think it's hard. What do you think, Druska? I think it's hard. It's hard for me to say.
Well, I think this came up because we were talking about using peer-reviewed scientific data and how expensive it is to do research. So then we talked about the budgetary impact of all of that. So that was sort of our way to, be really responsible about how you choose to spend your money, whether it's on research or implementation or, something else.
Okay, well, so the word responsible or responsibility is open to interpretation. So somebody might argue I'm being totally responsible, whereas you would say, no, not even close, kind of like when I used to talk with my teenage son. So saying what you mean precisely by fiscal responsibility will be important here, particularly if it's going to constrain how FWP might meet those other guiding principles.
So how about maximize fiscal responsibility when when deciding on elk plan implementation?
I think that's an improvement, but responsibility is still squishy.
I wonder if it could be something like acknowledge financial limitations that are inherent in the or in the wildlife management process, the elk management process. Because I think back on if you think back on that grizzly bear study in Northwest Montana that sort of became fodder at some point in several presidential campaigns, because they did a DNA sample collecting grizzly bear hair, but the end result of that, it was really expensive, but it also provided the science and allowed the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to at least try to get those bears delisted. Right? So granted, it was all federal money, but it was expensive.
Stay within allocated funding.
I have a question, I think, for the broader group. Sorry if I send us down a detour, but I'm wondering, what issue this is tackling. I know it's one of the additional challenges we outlined, but is it also trying to address a specific issue? I imagine it could. I'm trying to look at which one it might connect up with. Maybe that'll help us walk through some wording issues.
I think that's a good point, Carrie. Nothing in the issue statement really says, hey, managing elk is expensive. And FWP or anybody doesn't have all the money in the world to do it.
So this would be one of those things that appeared in the guiding principles that isn't in the issue statement. Is it important enough to be in the issue statement?
Correct.
I've been uncomfortable with this the whole time. To be honest, my thoughts reflect those of Dan's. I mean, this may not be something that they even have a say over, given that their budget is not really, they don't get to call the shots up to the legislature. So I'm kind of wondering, I liked, if we were going to include something, I like the simplicity of minimized costs, because it's a nice checks and balance with the other guiding principles that we have here. But I'm concerned with getting too directive with our wording here. If we're going to put something down, I'd like to keep it as simple as possible and provide the maximum flexibility, given that they may get a budget that really is not tailored to whatever we give them here.
Maybe it could be just maintain fiscal flexibility, acknowledging inherent limitations during the elk management process.
This seems similar to our discussion around reviewing the elk management plan in that it seems a little more strategic rather than like a guiding principle that's addressing a specific issue.
So, Carrie, do you see that as not belonging in the guiding principles? You're going to expect fiscal responsibility from FWP no matter what?
I would say I would expect that no matter what, of elk, of anything that they do. That's why it seems so broad to me. So unless we can find or create an issue in our issue statement that this would address, then it probably doesn't fit here.
For Dan or Lindsay, whoever can answer it, If FWP says they want to buy a piece of land for $1,500 an acre, do they have to go to the legislature to approve that, or do they just shuffle monies around within their budget and write a check?
So it's pretty specific. Any acquisition the FWP makes has to go through the land board. So if it's a fee title acquisition, it goes to land board. If it's a conservation easement where we're just assuming some ownership of some rights long-term, then it doesn't go through the land board. But anything we do has to be appraised, and we can't pay more. FWP can't pay above. It's either a yellow book. I think it's called a yellow book appraisal, but we're tied to not paying more than that appraised right now. People sometimes agree with what the appraisal says, but we are compelled to follow whatever the appraisal says.
What do folks think?
Makes sense to me to take it out.
Yeah, I'm okay with Carrie and Casey. I think we can take that out. I don't really think that's something that we need to include in there.
That'd be my vote as well.
Anybody got any heartburn with it? Okay, well, let's take it out for now. So we're only on one of the groups right now, right? So
Yeah.
shall we move on to the next group? By the way, these are looking really nice. I think you guys are homing in on target really well. Who'd like to go next? Anyone?
We can go.
Anyone?
If I can find it. So I think just to summarize, we added the an economic statement. We can delete that right now. We picked up science from one of the other groups, maybe group one. And we rearranged things a little bit somewhat to be, so it flows a little bit with some of the categories of things. And then we tried to broaden the distribution issue to maximize satisfaction with elk stakeholders. And we changed the wording here on number 9. So instead of maximizing transparency and setting objectives, it's maximize transparency and elk management decision making because of some of our previous discussions around encouraging the department to improve trust with stakeholders broadly in the state and not just on that one particular issue. And I think that might be the majority of it anyway. Anything else from the other folks in our group that you can think of that we modified?
We took out the fairness of landowner tags.
In our group, Casey, on number 16, we took out unaffected areas based on the fact that brucellosis is spreading. You know, it's slow in its spread, but we left it more generic.
Do you want to say something like between wildlife and livestock, or does it matter?
We could, I guess, between
No,
I
I'd
guess.
I'd say leave it, because if it goes elk to elk, then ultimately it goes elk to livestock.
Sounds good.
We also in number 17 thought sustainable. I think we took that one out and put, well, I can't remember what we did with it. But anyway, we didn't, sustainable outfitting industry we thought was hard to define. And was it FWP's responsibility to maintain that?
Yeah, we pulled that one out. It's a good thing, and it's definitely something that someone should be working on. We're just not sure it fits in with an elk management plan. Especially the word sustainable is, again, hard to define.
And you kind of cover it number 10 if they're one of the stakeholders and they're involved with
Is it outfitter?
satisfaction of elk distribution.
Yeah, and that was another reason is we felt like we had addressed it there. On number 10, Casey, we also added in agricultural production. I'm not saying you have to do it, but that was something that we did as well.
Separately from landowners.
Yeah, yeah.
So I think we removed 11 and stuck agricultural production, right? Yeah, under number 10 as a bullet.
Okay, thanks, that's what I was going to ask Dreska, if you guys kept those both in there and brought them down to one.
Are there other conflicts with ag that aren't addressed with satisfaction and distribution?
Oh, what was that question again?
So if we were to consolidate 10 and 11 and just add agricultural producers to satisfaction with elk distribution, my question is, are there other elk conflicts with ag production that would be outside of that elk distribution issue that would want us to keep it separate?
I think our thinking was, we just said agricultural production, and that took care of crop damage, fence damage, that kind of stuff. That was our thinking, at least.
I think that, Casey, the question becomes, are there too many elk or is it elk distribution? And if in some cases it's both, then we should probably leave separate bullets. But when we discussed it, we were thinking, I mean, a lot of producers want to say there's too many elk, we need more permits. When maybe it's just distribution of those elk. That was sort of our conversation.
Did anybody, if we deleted this 16, does that make sense for everybody? I'm curious if Ren has thoughts on that.
If you don't mind, we kind of went over it a little bit on ours when we get to our group.
Okay.
Kind of add.
The one other thing I recognize that we added was maximize cooperation across land management agencies. That hadn't been discussed before, and I don't know if folks agree that that makes sense in here.
All right, thank you.
Our group took out number 20, minimize stress on elk from long seasons. We ran around in circles visiting about it, wondering how much science there was in it, whether it actually affected the population or not. And some points were brought forth that maybe if the elk are way over objective, that they're all suffering from lack of proper forage. So maybe that was worse than the stress of the season, and various other things. Ren and Carrie could add to that if they would like.
Yeah, we tossed around that a lot. Like, is this an assumption? Is there science backing this up? I mean, and maybe our questions kind of revolved around what is the true issue that this is trying to resolve. We're trying to look at the issues that were there, and I'm not sure at the heart of it what issue we're trying to tackle with that one.
I think there's
I think our
generally
issue
some
was-
angst
Go
in the
ahead, Casey.
state with shoulder seasons. And I think we're trying to get at how to address, that conflict that we've identified in our issue statement with season length and structure around shoulder seasons. So if we think it's addressed elsewhere, then it makes sense. But I think there's going to be some folks that want to see it. Maybe just having it in the issue statement makes it identifiable for people.
Yeah, I mean, we have a conflict of season length, and then other than this, I don't really know where else it could be. I mean, the science on it is we've got all our wildlife management areas have season dates before you can even step foot in it. I mean, and then in other units, you're hunting them in those same timeframes. So I think the science is fairly clear that on February 15th, you're probably stressing animals out pretty hard.
I'll just chime in and say, I think that what this is trying to get at is important to address. I'm not sure if we have it worded exactly right, but I agree with Justin and Casey that this is something that we need to address in here somehow.
And then that at the bottom here, there was some discussion around aging hunters in Montana and lack of participation of younger folks or access to mentorship, and whether or not there is a role for the department in education in that. And we just throw it out there to the group if we think there's something to add there, or we just drop it.
Well, I'd say hold on to that idea
Okay.
for now. Because I have been hearing, and you have as your last bullet there, encourage responsible hunter behavior. And so I don't know to what extent outreach to the public and education factors into an elk management plan, but I am hearing a fair bit of that. And so that'll be something to ask FWP folks. Let's move on to the next group. Thanks, guys. This is really good. Joel, were you the record keeper for one of the groups that hasn't gone on yet?
Yeah, we can go.
Go for it.
Hey, Joel, I just thought I'd let you know Everett had to step out. So I think it's just you and Dan in this group.
Okay. Thanks, Lindsay. All right, so we tied each of our bullets to one of the numbers in the issue statement. So that's what the numbers 1 through 6 are. So for example, under number 1, those 2 bullets, we tied back to the number 1 in the issue statement. I don't know what's easier, if you guys just want me to read through these or just take a few minutes to look at them.
Yeah, let's go ahead and just take a few minutes to look at them. Joel, if you wanted to highlight in particular some important changes that you might have made,
or
yeah, additions or subtractions. Well, I really like the way you guys explicitly tied these principles back to specifics in the problem statement. In fact, I don't think I've ever seen a group do that before. Now that I've seen it, it's like, well, why the hell not? So what is that organization as far as other folks, when you look at that, does that help? Or are there some things you do differently?
It helps a lot. I think visually you get to see that everything's addressed. Cross-reference it.
Yeah, it's a good, clear way to do it, and that's where we're headed anyway, so it makes sense to get started on it as soon as possible.
Okay, any other thoughts on this? Okay, let's move on to the last group. I think this is a really nice job. Last group, who was the record keeper with that, folks? I forget.
Yeah, I'm working on getting my screen here. So we laid out on the left are the issues that pulled out from the issue statement, and then on the right, in the blue, sorry if anyone's colorblind, but on the right, the blue is kind of what our contribution or edits to that group's page.
Thoughts? Everybody have a brain turning to tapioca pudding at this point, like mine?
Yeah, but without all the little chunks, just mush.
Well, I'll tell you what. What do you guys think about we'll compile and send these documents out to you again. I'd suggest taking the last group's guiding principles that were grouped according to issues in the issue statement and work with those. Add, subtract, edit, however you see fit. And then tomorrow morning we'll get together again and we will, as a group, a whole group, we'll discuss and finalize the guiding principles. One thing that I will encourage you to do, I mean, that the group that organized according to the issues did a great job, but just double check and make sure everything in the issue statement is reflected in the guiding principles and vice versa. And then we'll pick that up tomorrow.
So Mike, what you suggest, so we should all kind of like work off of or work towards refining the organizational structure that we had in that third group presentation with the different.
Yeah. Just go through there and you know, is it comprehensive? Do they have all the appropriate principles in there, or are there some that don't belong? And so edit as you see fit.
Okay, sounds good.
Will we get all 4 of them?
Can I ask the last 2 groups to send me a quick email with yours? They weren't quite long enough to retype. And then, yeah, I'll send them out as soon as we're done and I've gotten those incorporated.
So that would be Carrie and Joel. Okay.
One quick question, Mike. We're gonna have about 2 hours in the morning from about 9 to 11 before we will have to start thinking about public comment. Public comment scheduled for 11:30 tomorrow. Do you think in those first 2 hours we're going to be in a main group, or do you think you will want breakout groups in those first 2 hours?
My gut level feeling is that we won't need to break out.
Okay.
Now, I could be totally wrong on that. And, you know, folks in the group are dead set on breakout groups. I'm not going to argue with them.
Okay. So we can still have breakouts in the afternoon, but let's plan for now. You should have got another email from Pat Lucetti with login information for tomorrow. Did all of you receive that? I see everybody looking at their screens. Pat, did you send that?
No, I did not send it out. Sorry. I've
Okay.
been buried in other things. So give me a minute and I will send it.
Not a problem at all. So you will receive the email from Pat just like you did last time. Let's use that login for first thing tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. And then keep this login that we used today in case we need it for the afternoon. But otherwise, log in with the login you get from Pat tonight. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay. And then any member of the public who stuck with us all day today, you will have a chance for public comment tomorrow at 11:30 to let us know any thoughts you have about the progress and the content of the issue statement and the guiding principles before this group sort of finalizes their products. So with that, I don't have anything else. Are you good, Mike?
Just real quick, I want to commend the group. You guys are moving fast compared to most groups I've worked with. And I really appreciate the amiability and willingness to talk and listen to each other that you're demonstrating. And I know this is a lot of hard work and it's painful, but you know, if you accomplish in 4 days of work what would take months or a year or years to figure out the hard way, okay, then you're actually being much, much more efficient in getting a good elk management plan out than letting things sort themselves out without doing this. So hang in there. It's worth it. I appreciate everything you're doing to keep this rolling. You're doing great.
Yes, thank you all for your time and effort and concentration today. I agree with Mike. You are all doing great, and the group is making great progress. I'm happy to see it. So with that, Sarah will send you those products, and we will plan on reconvening at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
It just sent a link, so everybody should have the link out now.
Okay, thank
Should
you.
be in your email in a couple minutes.
Got it.
Have a good night, folks.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks.